मोइन चाबी ले ले, क्या पता बंद हो।
Welcome back for the first semi-final of this year's Liberty Cup USA. We have two teams competing, the Chicago Legends against the St. Louis Americans. Mohan Barber, skipper of the Chicago Legends, you've got the coin. There you go, sir.
Tail it is.
Tail it is. Abhimanyu, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We are bowling first.
And what's the thought process behind that?
Yeah, we want to chase actually.
Yeah, there's been a lot of big scores chased today. What do you think's a target in the first innings that you guys can chase down?
See, we want to stop them under 160, and because wicket is pretty flat, and the conditions and like all are in the batting favor, but we want to chase first.
Awesome. All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
And Mohan, you've lost the toss. You're batting. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty confident. We wanted to bat, so the toss worked for me. That was our plan. We wanted to put a good total. It's a semi-final. We got pretty good bunch of lads playing in our team, so let's see. It should be a good game of cricket.
Awesome. And you guys obviously topped the tables, winning 3 from 3. You probably go into this match favourites. What sort of score are you hoping to put on the board in the first innings?
Well, looking at the wicket, we're looking for anything between 170 to 180. That's our target. That's what we're looking for. If it's way better doing, then, we might go for about 200. But I'm backing my bowlers. We have a pretty good bowling lineup that we're going to try to defend it. That's our plan.
Awesome. Well done for the game. Well, there you have it. News from the middle is that the St. Louis Americans have won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. Toss. St. Louis Americans winning, deciding to have a bowl, but Chicago Legends said they would have had a bat anyway. And I am joined in the commentary box this afternoon by local legend and a man of many hats, coach, ex-player, development manager, groundsman. There's probably not too many things he hasn't done in the world of cricket. Sunil Viswanathan. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Jamie. Warm and wonderful day here at the ACSA Park. Perfect setting for the semi-finals. And it's a pleasure to have you here. As a host, we extend a very warm welcome to you to St. Louis and hope you're enjoying your stay so far.
I certainly am. It's a marvellous facility. I've been meaning to come here for many years. I've been good friends with AJ Jam and Ganesh and some of the others based here, so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And look, all of the rumours about the hospitality are true. It's a marvellous place to come. They'll look after you. The cricket facilities are some of the best in the country. And Sunil, your involvement with maintaining this facility, you're as best placed as anyone to tell us how you think this pitch is going to behave. Obviously, the result of the toss, both captains seem pretty happy with the result. What sort of score do you think is a decent total in the first innings?
So this being hybrid, it's not 100% turf pitch. So the hybrid pitch means there is clay and artificial grass on top, and underneath is a hard base. Unlike the turf, which has multiple layers, this is going to be absolutely hard on the bowlers. But I think St. Louis Americans, they've won two two of their earlier games chasing because they seem to be playing better.
And we'll have a quick look at the playing 11. We'll come back to that information about the pitch because it's fascinating. Chicago Legends. And speaking of Chicago Legends, Fahad Baba, Mohammad Zaid Alam, Anas Mahmood, Raunak Sharma, Zishan Maksud, ex-captain of Oman, Khawaja Razi Al-Adar, Shahir Hassan, another Chicago legend, along with Farhan Ali, Malik Asad Rafiq, Sadaf Hussain, and Mohan Baba.
St. Louis Americans lineup for today: Snail Patel, wicketkeeper batter; Gulfam Saleh, opening batter; Maurice Vakar, Arnav Jam, Joshua Kine, Ujjwal Vinokota, who's been featuring for St. Louis in the minor league as well.
So the Chicago Legends qualified directly to the semi-final, courtesy of topping their group. St. Louis Americans have, I guess, done it the hard way. They had to play a game this morning, but they certainly didn't do that game hard. They won it by 10 wickets with almost 10 overs to spare. So two powerful sides, you'd have to say.
Yeah, and both the qualifiers have been one-sided, so to say, 100 being chased on in the other game. Coming back to the pitch and conditions, it's a warm and hot day here, and the hybrid, as I was mentioning, just has a top clay and artificial grass and a hard base underneath. So it is going to be by and large hard, and the ball is going to come on nicely. But with some spike marks during the course of the game, we can expect some turn from the rough more so.
Yeah, well, it seems to be a chasing wicket, right? Which made me very surprised in this morning's game when the Pacers won the toss and elected to bat first. They then went on to really struggle in posting a score of 100, and perhaps no surprise, the Kings chased it down ridiculously easy in 6.3 overs or whatever it was. So perhaps unsurprising that the Legends winning the toss have elected to chase.
Yeah, the team seem to want to know the target in this tournament so far, and it's been we've seen some tremendous chases. A couple of nights ago, we had 216 being chased on in 16 overs, which was like incredible hitting by the Pakistani international Noman Anwar. That was an absolute treat. By and large, it's been a little bit of a nightmare for the bowlers. The batters have really enjoyed and rejoiced the conditions.
Yeah, well, who'd want to be a bowler in T20 cricket? Get an absolute pasting. We saw it in both of the games this morning, certainly in the second innings in the chase, with both sides, as you mentioned, winning those games comfortably. We're all in readiness now for the first ball. Nasir Jamali, left arm over the wicket. False start. We'll do that all over.
Another interesting point, Jamie. St. Louis Americans are playing their first game of the tournament here in Park 2. They played all their games in Park 1 so far. So maybe they will need a little bit of getting used to the conditions in Park 2.
Here we go again. Swinging into the pads. They'll go through for a quick single. A little bit of hesitation, but they got there comfortably enough.
Well, I believe as a fielder, as a bowler, as a captain, you should be wary of what is the purpose of that specific fielder. Is he there to cut a single? Is he there to take a catch? Or is he there to stop a four? So this particular ball was one of the better balls, and as a bowler, you wouldn't want that to go for a single, right? So your good balls have to be dot balls, and that also boils down to where you're placing your fielders.
Yeah, great point. And look, I mentioned it in the last match. Obviously in T20 cricket, boundaries and sixes are so much the currency, again straightening on a line, are so much the currency of batting in T20 cricket, but it's also about being efficient. And there were so many dot balls in the first innings this morning when the Pacers were batting. It just means you can't get any momentum, you're not putting any pressure on the opposition. So it's good to see that the batting team here straight away taking that quick single, putting the pressure on the fielder. That's good batting. This time drifting into the pads. Probably be a leg by. We'll wait for the signal.
A great point, Jamie. You hit the nail on the head. It's all about momentum. T20 cricket is all about momentum. You can lose a couple of wickets, you can have a lean patch, but then you can have a big over and then it turns around. We have seen it in this format all through the world. And what Nazir is trying to do here consciously is he's trying to keep it on stump line. He's not willing to offer any width whatsoever to these batters.
Again, drifting into the pads, just gentle in swing. Taking it from a line of off stump onto the leg stump. Baba unable to catch up with it. Fahad Baba, of course, ex-USA player, as is Nasir Jamali.
Yep, Nazir is a very, very seasoned pro. He's played many seasons across USA, for USA and across the private leagues that we have seen happening. He has also been bowling all four, mostly up front or at least three with the new ball for the St. Louis Americans. And this goes back to the minor league as well, where he has opened the attack for the St. Louis Americans. And I must say about Mohammad Zaid, what a knock he played. That was a swashbuckling 100 hit against St. Louis Americans in the league games.
Over pitch this time, and he's found the gap on the offside. That'll race away. So the first boundary. Fahad Baba cashing in on the loose delivery from Jamali.
Little bit of it on offer, and Fahad was so quick to pounce on it. I guess this is what Jamali didn't want. He's trying to keep it middle and leg, or trying to bring the ball back into the right-handers. But on that occasion, a little bit of width. Have a look at that for quick hands.
This time it is worked off the legs around the corner. Just for a single though to end the first over. Pretty even one, you'd have to say. 7 without loss after 1.
It's been a decent start for Jamali. Only thing he will be concerned about is the runs going on either side of the pitch. So as a bowler, you're okay if it's going to be a good ball being hit, or you have a feel and if it's going on that side of the park. But it seems to be a bit of both the offside and onside. So it'll be interesting to see what line he is going to come back in a second. In the meanwhile, Captain Abhimanyu Lamba brings himself into the attack. He's had a good tournament with the new ball. He's picked up wickets initially, Jamie. He relies a lot on the bounce and carry from the pitch. So it'll be an interesting game this for him.
Yeah, player hailing from India of some renown, as I'm told. I believe perhaps India under 19. Am I right in thinking that? Yeah. So certainly good pedigree. Lovely action. The way down towards the man in the deep. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, Lamba is a fantastic athlete. He has played India under 19 and first class cricket for Rajasthan province. He's also wearing multiple hats. You gave him credit early about the pitches. Most of it goes to Lamba. He's been the one who has helped us in getting the pitches up front. And Jamie, this is the first time we have hosted 3 games in ACSA Park. Mind you, we were initially very skeptical. We'll come back to that in a moment after this delivery.
Yeah, it's a lovely fluid action, isn't it? This time, Baba finding the man at backward point.
Yeah, coming back to Lamba, he looks to hit the deck harder. He relies on bounce, and early wickets are going to be key for St. Louis Americans, having won the toss and decided to bowl first. We know how destructive both these batters can be, so they need early wickets.
Oh, big shot. It's come away off the outside edge. Is there a man under it? There is. And he takes the catch. Well, there you go. You said wickets are going to be key, and there's the first one.
Yeah, just as we were speaking about early wickets, that's a vital breakthrough. This from Abhi Lamba for St. Louis Americans.
Yeah, just lost his shape, did Babar. Let's have a look at the replay. Wasn't quite there for the draw. He's tried to go over the top, but it was short of a length. He's not a big man, so it got big on him, and all he managed to do was shoot it straight up in the air. It's screwed away down to the man at third man running in, who took it relatively comfortably in the end.
Yeah, once again, great length from Lamba. They're hitting it hard, and fantastic catch by Mohammad Ilyas running in from third man. It's never easy with bright skies around. The white ball is always a challenge, but making no mistake, and St. Louis draw first blood.
Yeah, you're so right about early wickets, and it feels like power plays have been so crucial in this competition. First 6 overs, obviously, fielding side only allowed 2 players outside the 30-yard circle. Certainly we saw in the first match on this pitch this morning, team chasing, Chicago Kings made full use of the power play. In fact, they only needed 3 extra deliveries after the power play to get to their target. But on that occasion, Fahad Baba found one of only 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. Big shot this time into the leg side. I think he's got all of it. He has. That will be the first maximum of semi-final number 1. The new man. Wow. How's that? First ball, just whack it away on the leg side for 6. Good start.
Absolutely magnificent. Anas picking the length in a jiffy. Slightly short in length. He was so quick to punish it, and it cleared. Went to the other park, hit it a long way away.
Back live, there's another big shot. That'll be 2 sixes in a row. My word, Anas has come to the pitch, and he means business.
Well, he's made his intentions absolutely clear. Look at that. He's so quick in picking up the length. I think Abhi should rely on pitching it up, but what a shot. 2 just short balls and dispatched way over the square fence.
Yeah, that one certainly wasn't as short as the first one, but he's just sat back and waited for it and then just muscled it over forward square leg.
All flair from Anas here, making his intentions super clean and very, very crisp hitting.
And it goes again into the leg side, but this time it'll just be the single. Fuller on this occasion by Lamba. And that will bring the end of the second over, an eventful one, the wicket, and then a couple of maximums. And after 2, 22 for 1.
So Jamie, from what I've seen for the past couple of days, the power plays have never been moderate. It's been extreme in the sense that they've gone over 10. The batters, or they've ended up losing 4 wickets. So I haven't seen moderation yet. So I'm hoping that in the games to follow, we would see some moderation in the power play.
We don't want to see moderation. We love extremes. Let's see boundaries. Let's see wickets. At this point, we've seen both. 22 for 1. I'll tell you what, it's not boring cricket, that's for sure.
It's been entertainment at its best here at the ACAC Park. The batters rejoicing themselves.
Looking to drive this time, but just losing his shape a little bit. Of course, we should also mention all of the wonderful folks who have made this tournament possible. Title sponsor CAD Engineering. It is the CAD Liberty Cup 2025. Platinum sponsor LIV Wellness Lounge, Dr. Hasnain Syed. And silver sponsors, 9 Sports, have provided the uniforms and the balls. MyGo Consulting. This one is slower delivery, just let go by Anas. Promotion Physical Therapy, Sports Nection, and of course collaborating partner, the American Cricket Academy and Club.
Well, thanks to the patronage of the sponsors and the host, this tournament has seen some amazing talent, and this is what is going to develop cricket across America, these opportunities.
Short and wide, just gets the toe end of the bat. Probably feels he missed out there, but this has been a clever over from Jamali. He's mixed it up. The first over, he looked to be very consistently looking just to drift it in towards the stumps. This time he's gone slow, he's gone short, wide and slow. He's gone full and straight. So it's the seasoned pro. He's got all the experience in the world.
Yep, particularly these 3 balls. He's taken the pace off and pitched it right up to Anas.
This time there'll be runs, and there'll be just the one. Struck firmly down the ground, but there was protection in the deep. Just the single, good piece of fielding.
Yeah, good cricket all round, pitched up delivery, smart piece of bowling by Nasir Jamali. Exactly knows how to handle Anas, and once again, beautifully timed. Anas seems to be in song today. He's trying to middle. He's middled most of the deliveries he's faced, and Mohammad Ilyas, he's a terrific athlete, manning that long on boundary, covers quite a few yards and sends in his rocket throw.
Again, he's gone for the wide, slow one, just missed his mark. Wide signalled by umpire Mushir Laliwala. 2 umpires in the middle for this first semi-final. Mushir Laliwala and Martin Inamdar.
Jimmy, I must say I'm pretty impressed with the umpiring standards in this tournament. They've been really, really professional about going about their business.
This time it's going to be a wide down the other side. Just missing his line is Jamali. It's been such a good over up to now. You get the feeling though that Mohammad Zaid's going to target the boundary in one of these final 2 deliveries. Yeah, look, I completely agree with you, Sunil. Martina Inamda kind of looks after a lot of the umpires in the Midwest region. Clever bowling. And he's obviously handpicked a top group of match officials on this occasion. They've also brought in Go Vasant from Mexico, just to add a further international flair to this tournament. Not only do we have international players, we've got international umpires as well, which is fantastic. And a single to end what was pretty good over from Nasir Jamali. Just the 2 runs off the bat and a couple of wides. Just puts a slight curb to the run rate, which was looking to get a little bit out of hand. So 26 for 1 after 3.
Yep, smart over. He took the pace off the ball consistently on over number 2. He is quick to read the conditions and the batter's intent. So the first over we saw him go about hitting the stump line, now taking the pace off. That's the scorecard for us. Chicago Live Legends losing Babar early for 8, and Alam at the crease, joined by Mahmood at number 3, who has made it intent very clear from the beginning. 14 of 7. We all know how much destructive Alam can be, particularly square of the wicket. We saw him hit some towering sixers so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a powerful lineup when you can have Zishan Maqsood coming in at number 5. Of course, long-time servant of Oman cricket, captained the Omani national side for many years. Scored a bucket load of runs. Took a bucket load of wickets as well with his left arm spin. Was an absolute thorn in the side of America for many years. For about 3 or 4 seasons, America could just not beat Oman. Change of bowling.
I would add to that, Jamie, it's just not America. So he has been an amazing performer, one of the legends in Associate Nations, and I had the privilege of working for Bahrain Cricket Federation. Played a couple of series against him in Oman, and every time he would come in, steady the ship. He would do whatever the team would need in that specific situation.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he gets a chance to come into the middle if he faces up against spin. Oh, big shot this time. That'll be another maximum. Just over pitching on that occasion. And Zaid got hold of it into the leg side. You wouldn't say it was a textbook cricket shot. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how. It just matters how many. And that was 6 of them.
He's an exciting player, terrific hand-eye. And once he decides, there's no inhibition and he hits it a long way on the onside.
Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it was really right in the hitting arc, wasn't it? Just short of a good length. Or just full of a good length, I should say. Enabled him to get underneath it. And although he didn't hit it all that cleanly, as you say, fast hands meant it cleared the boundary rope with ease. Short this time, looking to pick it up behind square. Got nothing on it, but it will be a wide.
I think the bowler Ilyas felt that it probably brushed the batter on the way, and he was kind of surprised with the wide call. Ilyas again is a terrific athlete, Jamie. He's played in PSL, he's played for First Cricket in Pakistan, and he plays club cricket in Houston, if I'm right. I'm sorry, it's Dallas, beg your pardon. And he's been a terrific athlete on the field, and he has the ability to smack a few at the end of the inning, so he's an all-round 320 package.
Oh no, he's lost it again down the leg side. That'll be another wide. But yeah, you can tell he's an athlete. He runs in fast. Lovely fluid action again, hits the deck hard. I imagine with that action he gets some late in-swing at times as well.
Yeah, and he's very good at the depth with his Yorkers and slower ones. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to not give width, and in the process, straying a little bit down the leg side.
Oh, back of the hand, slow one. Well disguised. Oh, that seems a little harsh. Thought he had got that just inside the tram lines. But hey, as long as they're consistent.
Yes, I think a bit of overcompensation because of the two wides down the leg side. But good thinking in terms of trying to take the pace off. Both Anas and Mohammad Zaid seem to like the ball coming on, and anything in their slot, they've been so severe.
Yeah, I mean, the growth of T20 cricket has really forced bowlers to develop so many new skills that we didn't see 10, 20, 30 years ago. The variety of slower balls and change-ups that we see nowadays is, well, it's quite fascinating to watch, but it's such a huge advantage if you can bowl them effectively. And we've seen a number on display already by the bowlers from the St. Louis Americans.
Yes, there have been so many variations, like the slow bouncers and the back of the arm variation, slow ones, and they have to constantly innovate themselves. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen. They're going to be hit all around the park.
Yeah, for so much of cricket history, bowling was all about consistency. But consistency in T20 cricket means doom, because the batters will just hit you to all parts.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to throw this question to you. Do you think in the current version of T20 cricket or contemporary cricket, 9 and 10 runs and over should be considered as a decent spell or a good spell?
Yeah, great question. I mean, it depends on the conditions, right? on most occasions these days we're seeing around the world, the trend is to produce flat decks. So in that case, as we see runs backward a square on the offside, just a couple, as the man manages to cut it off. But yes, I think on a good deck, you'd be pretty happy with 9 or 10 runs and over. I've seen some spells, even in the Major League going on currently, where bowlers have got 2 for 42, 2 for 45, 1 for 45, and they've actually been effective because the scores have been 200 plus.
Yep, well said. You mentioned about the conditions playing a big part, and T20 cricket world over, people are looking to give flat decks more often than not. The low scoring games are probably happening very, very less frequently these days.
Again, well bowled. This time it was pace on and it zipped past the outside edge. Good finish to the over. Costly one, but you'd have to say it was pretty well bowled despite going for 13.
Yeah, particularly the last ball, you could see the way it went and hit the keeper's gloves. You know, it's a lot of effort going in. And I don't know, we don't have the speedometer here. That should be clocking 135s. Probably anywhere between, in the 130s, I would say. But they need wickets, Jamie. Having won the toss, you would definitely want to pick up early wickets to keep the scoring rate to a check. And these two batters have already shown how destructive they are. And the more they spend time in the wicket, they're going to be more and more destructive.
It's really been wides that has been costly. They've only just missed. I mean, I mentioned in the last over, perhaps a little bit unlucky to be called for a couple of them as a sign we will see a boundary through the offside. Short ball just finds the gap. Takes the score up to 43. Ticking along quite nicely at just above 10 and over. The Legends. But yes, so far there have been, let me just check on the extras. Yeah, six wides, 1 leg by, or 5 wides and 1 leg by. So 5 wides, it's really a few too many at this stage. Of course, it's not just the run that you're giving away, it's the extra delivery. So they've effectively bowled almost in a whole extra over at the batters. So they need to cut those down. Lumber. Oh, there's no player there. So just a single. Well bowled short ball.
What typical comeback, so to say, from a pacer. You get hit for a 6 or 4. You know, pretty much 90% of the time they're going to come bounce at you. That's exactly what Lamba is trying to do. But the good thing about these batters, Jamie, they don't mind the dot balls. They're not overtly disturbed because they have amazing 6 hitting abilities.
Picked up into the leg side. It's gone very high, but has it gone far enough? Oh, boy, what's happened there? Fielder has misjudged it horribly. And in the end, it's actually gone over the rope for 6. Well, it went higher than it went far. Fielder looked like he was getting into position to take the catch. I guess he was also worried about his feet and the rope. Let's have a look.
What a pickup shot that was. Once again, picking the length so closely. High and handsome.
Yeah, it was well over the rope. In fact, even if he had taken the catch, it would still have been a 6. So it won't go down as a chance. Mohammad Zaid, another big shot to take the score to 50. This time over the offside. And the catch is taken this time.
Abid Ali, the fielder, making it look easy. Very, very well judged catch in the end, and a much, much needed wicket for St. Louis Americans. The Legends lose their 2nd wicket. The score reading 50, but what a comeback this from Abhimanyu Lamba.
Yeah, again rolling his fingers across it. Well bowled, just causing the outside half of the bat. And it just spooned up in the offside regulation catch in the end. 50 for 2. Well, that's exactly what they're going to have to do. I don't think they're going to stop the runs coming, but they need to just keep taking wickets, keep taking wickets.
I'm sure it's going to be a big relief for the St. Louis Americans to see the back of Alam. He did smash them earlier with 100, and today as well, as we were talking about their sixer hitting abilities. Both these batters have scored 4 sixers between them, and we are just in the 5th over of the game.
Well, Lumber, interesting figures. He's got 2 balls left in his second over. He's gone for 26 runs, but he has taken the 2 wickets.
It'll be interesting to see if he's going to bowl himself one more, or is he going to take a backseat and wait for another spell in the end. That will be the call. It's going to be crucial. But as we mentioned earlier, they need to keep taking wickets, and that's the only way to keep a check on the run rate.
Yeah, I feel like they'll be desperate to get out of this power play with as little damage as possible.
The St. Louis Americans have relied heavily on their pacers. They just have a lone spinner in their attack.
Another wide, can ill afford those at this stage. Ronak Sharma is the new player.
It is good to see some movement. You see the release and clear in swing coming in. I think he's trying to tuck the new batter in. But what is happy, as a bowling unit, they'll be happy to see that there's something carrying. The pitch is offering a lot of carry, and there's a little bit of movement in the air too.
Yeah, the seam up delivery is almost the change up delivery at this point. So many off cutters, leg cutters, back of the hand slower deliveries. The seam up delivery, we've seen a couple. And like you say, they are getting movement. We saw one zip through earlier from Ilyas. There we go again, seam up, and it's ducked in late. But the swing has just taken it down the leg side, presumably off the pad. We'll have to wait for the signal. Yep, leg buys is the call.
Well, not the line you would ideally bowl with your fine leg in. Lucky that it didn't go away for a boundary. End of the over. Chicago Legends, 53 for the loss of 2 wickets in 5 overs.
Well, I think we can probably call it even Stevens at this point. Legends will be relatively happy with their run scoring start. But the St. Louis Americans will be happy that they've seen the back of a couple of batsmen as well.
Absolutely, particularly Alam. And Jamie, going back to our earlier discussion, the power play not being in moderation, would you qualify this as moderate so far?
I think it is moderate so far, yeah. 1 over to go, of course, in the power play. Anything could happen. Another wicket here, you'd have to say it's probably advantage to the St. Louis Americans. If it goes for 15, maybe it's advantage to the Legends. So let's see.
Yep, crucial over this, and Ilyas coming in. The Americans will be hoping for another wicket, while Anas has been in roaring form today.
Yeah, I really like the look of this Ilyas. Lovely action. Clearly a strong player. Not huge, he's not a big man.
Yeah, doesn't have a height of a typical pacer, but he comes in, hits the deck, skids it through, has a good slower one, very good Yorker in the dead overs. He's an asset for any team. He can field and he can smack a few towards an all-round package.
This time hits the top of the bat, mistimes it, but gets enough on it to race away backward a point for 4. Well, he hit the deck hard and it almost came off the splice of the bat, but just the pace raced away.
Yeah, little bit of width offered, and you see that the batter gives himself a little bit of room and enough to free the arms, races away to the square boundary on the offside.
Well, they'll be wanting to see the back of Anas as soon as possible. 24 off 12 now. Of course, he started his innings. First 2 deliveries deposited out of the park. So you probably have to say he's been relatively quiet since then.
A lot will depend on Anas. In T20 cricket, we need a set batter at one end at all point of time.
Well bowled, right up in the block hole. Squeeze it out for a single down to mid-on.
I think the Americans will look to go for change of pace soon after the power play is done. They have a left-arm spinner in Abid Ali, and with these 2 batters having played pace, not so much Ronak, but Anas has been fairly comfortable against all the pacers. So we probably will be looking at a spin change from the 7th. That will be an interesting update to watch as to how the St. Louis Americans approach after the power play.
Well bowled again from Ilyas. Yeah, well, we saw left arm spin was highly effective in this morning's game. Ashok Sandhu, I think from memory, ended up with 3 for 12 or something around about there. Bowled a beautiful spell of controlled left arm finger spin. So Abid Ali will be looking to do something similar.
Yeah, in white ball cricket, I think left arm spinners have played a key role in terms of restricting the runs. Yes, the finger spinners mostly are considered to restrict runs these days, and the wrist spinners, whether it's the right arm wrist spin or the left arm wrist spin, they are the ones who are seemingly playing the attacking role in contemporary cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's why we see so many left arm spinners in the game these days. It's pretty rare not to have an international side or an international squad that doesn't have at least 1, sometimes 2, sometimes even 3. Nepal for a long time had 3 left arm spinners, not only in their squad but sometimes even in their 11. USA Cricket's been known to carry 3 left arm spinners in their squad.
And I remember the Bangladeshi team in the 2009 World Cup in the West Indies, they played 3 left-arm spinners, and during that passage of a couple of years in and around before, they beat Australia, they beat Pakistan, and most of those games had 3 left-arm spinners choking the batters in the middle overs.
Conventional cricket shot here, but he finds the man at backward point. But just going back to the surface, what I love about a surface like this is you don't necessarily have to have the classical batter's technique. We're not seeing the batters extend their front foot right out to the line of the ball. All you need to do, and this is a good point for young players learning the game, all you have to do is stay balanced, keep your head still, and then play through the line of the ball. Just like that. Right, he's just run that off the face. Another comfortable single down to third man.
60 for 2 at the end of 6, and I would probably, both of us would say that it's a moderate start. Finally, we get a moderate power play. Interesting passage of play. 2 good wickets for the St. Louis Americans, but I thought they gave a couple of easy sixers, like freebies on the slot. That sure would be disappointed, but don't take anything away from Anas. He has made his intent really clear. 25 in just 13, and it'll be interesting to see his strategy post the power play.
As we take a look at the worm there, it has just dipped since that second wicket in the 5th over. Well, certainly it was in, yeah, it was in the 5th over, wasn't it? It looks like we won't be seeing spin just yet. Will be a change of bowler though. Baladitya into the attack for his first.
Yeah, young and upcoming talent. He's just 15 years old. He's shown immense maturity right through this tournament, picking up 4 wickets so far. Well, I was hoping that they're going to look for change in pace, so it's interesting that they've stuck to pace, not introduced spin right at the 7th over. I probably think it could do something with the wind. They might get the spinner from with the wind, the spinner bowling with the wind, so that the batter, when they go after, it's not going to be with the wind. That's the only reasoning that I could see.
Well, he starts nicely. Just lent on the ball, did run it just for a single, but a good line and length, good challenging line and length from the young man.
This is going to be huge learning for Bala after this tournament. He's bowled to some amazing strikers, and in sport, Jamie, I think the only way we learn is by failing, right? So Bala, I think, will cherish this experience and take a lot out of this series.
Yeah, great point. Oh, a little bit of extra width this time, and Anas doesn't need a second invitation. Frees the arms, pumps it over the offside for a boundary. Not a lot wrong with the ball, but in these sorts of conditions against these sorts of players, your margin for error is tiny.
Absolutely. Giving room for the bat to flow, and he's been very, very severe on anything pitched.
Down the ground this time, chance, and the young man takes a wicket in his first over. Huge breakthrough.
What a comeback this from Bala. Anas hitting him over covers earlier. This time I thought he took the pace off the ball and also kept the line. That's a very, very crucial wicket in the context of this game, Jamie.
What a great piece of bowling, and what a result to come back from the previous delivery. Yeah, looks like he just held it back a fraction. And a regulation catch at long on. As you say, a huge breakthrough, because Anas was looking very, very dangerous.
Now this is where it's going to get tough for the Legends. Why? They need to have a set batter. Now it's going to be 2 new batters, and any batter coming out in the middle, especially in the middle overs, they will need a couple of overs to kind of get used to the conditions, the pace and bounce of the pitch. But having said that, we have Zishan coming in. Look at that. Have a look at the wicket once again.
Yeah, he couldn't have picked out the man more perfectly. But you're right. It is going to be tough, but what better player than one of the most experienced players in the associate game over the last 15, 20 years, Zishan Maqsood. He's probably faced every imaginable scenario in his time with Oman, and that's not to mention any cricket that he's played at any other level as well. So he's probably faced this exact scenario on many occasions.
I love his composure, the way he brings a sense of calmness in the crease, no matter what the situation, no matter which team that he's playing for. You can see he's so absolutely relaxed and confident, and that's the hallmark of a good player.
Oh, absolutely. The number of times I can recall he comes to the crease and he just looks to block, just knock it around, and you think, oh, we're a chance of really controlling them here. And then suddenly he just goes bang, 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 and then he's 20 off 20. He does it so often. but he's always in control. He always knows how he's going to approach things. There you go, off the mark straight away, working it away behind square. He's going to come back for 2. The throw from the deep was a little offline.
Very elegantly done. Look at that. So easy, easing it off the pads. He knows exactly where the fielders are and more importantly where the gaps are.
Yeah, if there's any young players watching, and for some of the young players who are here watching in person, this is a guy you could do far worse to try and emulate in terms of your batting. And this time, wide is signalled. That'll be a wide on height. It's passed above head height. So considered a wide.
And what an experience it's going to be for someone like Bala Aditya bowling to Zishan. He's all but 15 and he's going to learn quite a few things on how to bowl to these experienced batters, you know, which areas to bowl to them. And this is what franchise cricket brings to the table.
Absolutely, this time away behind square on the offside. In fact, oh, has he managed to pull that back in? He has. It's a good piece of footwork, saves a couple of runs. Look, for all money, like it was going to go for 4.
Yeah, Jamali does well. Kind of running 20 yards away from him and bringing the footwork into play. But look at that once again from Zishan. He's been absolutely so calm. Knows where they have a look at the wicket in this over. Hitting the right length, taking the pace of Ujjwal Vinakota, the fielder. Making no mistake in the long on fence.
Love the celebration from the young man as well. Final ball of his first over. And Maqsood, ever the professional, just knocks it around the corner for a single to retain the strike. End of 7, 71 for 3, batting first, the Legends. After losing the toss, been inserted by the St. Louis Americans.
I'm sure they'll be happy with the start so far. Yes, they've conceded a couple of sixers, but they will be happy to have picked up the early wickets, especially after having decided to bowl first. And we were speaking about spin, taking the pace off, kind of bringing in change of pace. Actually, no. It's going to be another pacer, Ujjwal.
Yeah, you're right. They will be quite happy. Although we've seen a number of big shots, they haven't really fully gotten away yet. It's that run rate is just hovering around 10. And they probably feel that 3 wickets down, they may be just another couple of wickets away from really getting into the heart of this batting lineup and putting them under pressure. But if these two can stay here for a while, form a bit of a partnership, look to start bumping that run rate up towards 11, maybe even 12, then the pressure will go back on the Americans.
As you mentioned earlier, we know Zishan can change gears real quick.
Ujjwal starts well. Dot ball, we haven't seen too many of those in recent overs.
Yeah, Ujjwal has been a clever operator as well. Doesn't have the pace, has the height, but he relies more on variation in terms of the slower ones, the Yorkers, and hitting the hard lengths every now and then. But St. Louis Americans will definitely want to pick up Zishan as early as possible.
Another run just tapped around the corner, backward of square. But a good start by Ujjwal.
Young players watching, just observe Zishan, so much composed. He's so relaxed at the crease and he just does nothing but play merit of the ball. He keeps the game simple, and that's the way to start and build your innings. Be calm and composed in the crease and play the merit of the ball.
This time there will not be a single as Ronak It's his turn to tuck it around the corner, but he found the fielder on the edge of the circle. I think that's the young man Bala. No run. Yeah, I wonder if they're holding back the spinner because of how efficient Zishan is against particularly the left arm spin. I've seen him absolutely sweep left arm spinners to death. Both sides of the wicket, he can play both of them, the reverse and the conventional. So I just wonder if maybe the thinking is to see if they can maybe just nick him off with the seamers before bringing on the left arm spinner. But at some point, regardless, they're going to have to bring him on. And he will get a run this time. This has been a good over though, just the 2 singles off 5 deliveries. Superb start from Ujjwal.
Absolutely, it's been hitting the lens. And more importantly, the line control when there is a left and right combination. The margin of error on this pitch is very, very minimal, and Ujjwal has done well so far. And yes, to your point, Jamie, you rightly said, the key to this contest would be how long is Zishan going to bat and how long are the Americans going to wait to bring on their left arm spinner.
Fuller one that time. Left alone by Zishan, perhaps thinking outside chance it might be called wide, but it was clearly inside that white line. End of a very, very good over. Just 2 runs conceded. 8 gone now. 73 for 3.
Absolutely brilliant start by Ujjwal. Never easy coming in and bowling in the middle overs as a pacer. Yes, the restrictions are gone. Nevertheless, you got to be accurate with the left-right combination. Well, I think one of them should kind of look to up the ante now, because as I said, 2 new batters is not going to be easy for them. You need to keep up the momentum, and they need a big over or so to build the momentum back.
Yeah, and I think it needs to be Rana. I think Zishan probably needs to look to play through. Oh, good ball. Oh, unlucky. Looks like it took the glove and it's beaten the keeper and run away to the fence. Let's have a look at the signal from the umpire. Yeah, it's been called 4, so there was glove or bat in it. But a great bouncer from the young man. Took Ronak by surprise.
This is extremely good bowling, and it's so amazing to see a 15-year-old do this. Let's watch the replay here. Look at that bounce and carry. Completely surprised the batter. A tough chance for the keeper. He was actually moving towards the onside and the glove deflection.
And the ball was almost past him by the time he got his glove up. And a good follow-up delivery as well. Good straight one. Wow, I'm really enjoying this, watching the young man bowl. In fact, I've enjoyed watching all the bowlers in this St. Louis Americans team. They've clearly got a stacked bowling lineup. We haven't seen Joshua Kind yet. We haven't seen the left-arm spinner yet.
Well, Joshua hasn't been bowling much so far in the tournament. He's been more of a batting all-rounder. He's recovered from a shoulder injury last year.
Oh, off the outside half, is this a chance? No, it's not going to carry. But again, a false shot from Ronak. It does look like he is starting to up the ante, but he's just not been allowed to at this point.
It's been very good bowling. This young man has been super impressive. Almost 2 half a chances in the over. I like the way he's thinking about mixing his length for the right-hander particularly. And it'll be interesting how he finishes the over with Zishan on strike.
Yeah, often he's going slightly slower when he goes full, and the effort ball is the shorter one. Oh, didn't quite get that right. But he'll probably only concede the 1. No, he's going to come back for 2. That's good running. That's the experience of the man again.
Sloppy fielding by Maiz on the boundary. Ideally shouldn't have been a 2, but look at Zishan. He is so alert, and slight fumble and he pounced on that opportunity, put pressure on the fielder. And in the end, a comfortable two. Have a look at that, making his intention clear. Oh, is that a no ball, Jamie? I see the umpire signaling a no ball.
Yeah,
My
looks
goodness.
like he's overstepped and we missed the initial call. So that's a costly one. This will be a free hit, and oh dear, Maksud on strike. This could go anywhere. Oh, that'll be a wide, I think. It is. So it'll still be a free hit. You can see the thinking. It was the right thought process, but he's just missed on his execution.
Yeah, not easy when you're 15-year-old, but I like the way he's handling the pressure, and this is what learning, absolutely good learning for Bala. Once again, Zishan and Ronak seem to be steadying the ship for the Legends.
Yeah, he got it. He got it. It was kind of inevitable, wasn't it? Once it was going to be a free hit. We know how good this man can be. It was just short of a length ball. He swiveled on it and pumped it over mid-wicket.
What a shot. So quick to pick the length. This has been a big over, and this is what the Legends ideally wanted. One big over from where the momentum shifts back to them. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but these two batters have done some damage control and now will look to step up the run rate.
Yeah, it's a big over so far, but of course it comes on the back of a very tidy over the over before. So that run rate's still just hovering about 10. It's still not out of control for the St. Louis Americans, but they'll be desperate to break this partnership. That's a better delivery. Just single.
Yeah, we've all seen it through T20s. Have a look at the 6 again. But how relaxed he is, head still, watches the ball all the way and dispatches it over the mid-wicket fence with ease. Clears the boundary by a long way for a huge 6.
Yeah, made it look easy. There's still one ball left in the over. It's been a long one. Short, wide, dispatched. Just a simple back cut. It was short and wide. He's missed his line. And another boundary in the over takes it to 93 for 3 at the end of 9.
Absolutely big over. What a shift in momentum. This is masterclass by Zishan. And Ronak ably supporting Zishan. This is a very, very important passage of play here, Jamie. The St. Louis Americans need to have a wicket, and the Legends, now the momentum is back and they would want to continue and pile up a big target.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this innings. It does feel like so much cricket has already been played, but there's still 11 overs to go. It's crazy.
Yep, can go either ways. A couple of wickets and then the momentum is right back with the St. Louis Americans. But Zishan and Ronak, and knowing Zishan, the experienced campaigner that he is, I am sure he's going to have a word or two to Ronak and kind of mentor him through the innings.
As Varma, one of the other helpers from ACAC, out there remarking the crease.
The helpers and volunteers have been absolutely magnificent here at the ACAC Park, St. Louis. They've turned out in huge numbers to support, and this has been a quality tournament. The kind of cricket that the locals have got to watch, it's been an absolute privilege, Jamie.
Oh, couldn't agree more. I've been to so many of these tournaments over the years, and usually you'd get a team, or most teams will have 1 or 2 players who are just kind of making up the numbers. I have not seen that at all here. Every player is here who's here is here to compete. They're all capable of playing a big role on their side, be it batting, bowling, fielding, keeping. I mean, some of the wicket keeping I saw this morning was superb. And here we go. Abid Ali, finally. Left arm spin. This could be a huge moment in the game.
I was a left-handed batter and I always used to curse because you see there's invariably left rough for the left-hander on the off stump. The paces have created, especially if you're playing day's game, there is going to be wear and tear in that sense.
Good start by Ali, straight onto a good line and length, but Maqsood just works it away on the leg side for a single. He will be eyeing up his options, I'm sure, will Maqsood. Plenty of players protecting the boundary all around the ground. Ronak on strike now, of course.
Oh, his 4 overs are going to be absolutely valuable for St. Louis Americans today.
Keeping it nice and straight so far, not able to work it away.
Bit of a yes and no on that occasion between Ronak and Zishan, but Zishan rightly sending Ronak back.
Yeah, you feel like Ronak's going to launch here. You said it a couple of overs ago that one of these probably needs to just put the foot down.
Well, this is where you see the maturity of Zishan. He's going to bring him in and say, it's okay, there's a dot ball. Never mind, just keep at it. Let's keep the partnership going. We've done the hard work. We've moved on from the hard part. It's going to be easier from now on. But they need to be there to score the runs nevertheless.
Yeah, really well bowled. Shorter one. Ronak not able to do a lot with it. So a very good start by Abid Ali. Oh, drifting into the pads this time. Lucky to perhaps only concede a single.
Terrific piece of ground fielding by Mohammad Ilyas on that occasion. Look at the way he gallops and makes it look so easy. It's never easy when you're sprinting to bend and collect the ball. He made it look so easy. And Jimmy, I would say there's a little bit of grip and spin that we can see on the pitch. Yes, there's been a lot of matches. Little bit of wear and tear is bound to happen. So the batters need to be cautious a bit against spin.
Pulled out to the man in the deep. Yeah, you're right. It's not ripping by any stretch of the imagination. It's just holding. And in some cases, that's almost more difficult to play because it's not quite where you think it's going to be, and you end up getting into your shots a bit too early.
Yep, Kanto hit through the line. Need to watch the ball till the very end.
Again, just tucking it into the onside for a single. And that'll bring the end of what was a pretty tidy over from Abid Ali. Just 4 runs from it. And at the halfway stage, 10 overs gone. The Legends batting first, 97 for 3.
You have a look at Ronak. I think he seems to be struggling a little bit with the heat or some cramps. Let's have a look at the scorecard here. Babar dismissed for 8. Caught Ilyas bowled Abhimanyu Lamba picking up 2 wickets. And the most important wicket, Alam caught Abid Ali and bowled Abhimanyu again. Got off to a start, couldn't capitalize, 16 of 11. And Mahmood 29 of 15, again showing promise but couldn't extend. And
the bowling figures thus far, Lamba with the 2 early breakthroughs, but he was expensive. And then the young man, Bala, got the other wicket. So fairly even, I would say, still. As you just mentioned it, Ronak didn't look comfortable. Well, he has retired hurt whilst we've been going through the scorecard. So it's the second player we've seen retire hurt today. Earlier today, Garanshu Sharma, the leading run scorer of the tournament, had to retire hurt in the second over. Consequently, their team went on to lose heavily in that qualifier. And now we've seen Ronak Sharma retire hurt for for the Chicago Legends. Big moment in the game, you might feel.
Yep. Again, we don't know if it's cramps or an injury, but whatever it is, it's so unfortunate that he had to get back.
So 2 left-handers in the middle now for the Legends. Ujwal, who was impressive in his first, to continue. Only conceded 2 runs so far.
Jimmy, it'll be interesting to get a word from the Legends dugout if it was an injury recall, or we have seen batter getting retired in T20s of late for specific reasons, and more so with the left arm spinner on, they have brought the other left-hander.
Yeah, good point. He was struggling to middle the ball. And obviously the way Maksud plays, where he likes to scamper between the wickets, he's probably desperate for a partner that's moving well. Still waiting on who the new player is. There he is, Khwaja Raza Ali. Coming down, Maksud, tugging it into the onside. Man will get across. That's Ilyas. Again, showing his prowess in the deep, getting across so quickly, there was no thought of a second run.
Absolutely. He's so good at the outfield, so fast, and gets a rocket throwback. What was interesting for me earlier, I just noticed, Jamie, that Ujwal just gave 2 runs in his first over, and interestingly, he was cut. He bowled from the far end, and now he's bowling from the pavilion end for his second spell. As a bowler, I wonder sometimes it could be harsh for you to bowl 1 over with a break.
Yeah, it's certainly not common that. Usually bowlers, certainly in T20 cricket, would like to bowl their full complement of 4 from one end. Yes, they might bowl it in a couple of spells, but ordinarily you certainly wouldn't bowl 1, wait 2 overs and then bowl from the other end.
Yeah, especially when you bowled a good one. He just conceded 2 in the first.
Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Khwaja Raza just struggling to get the pace of the pitch at the moment. And Ujwal, well, he's been brilliant so far.
And what would also be interesting is to see if they're going to persist with the left-arm spinners with 2 left-handers, although I don't subscribe to the theory that the incoming bowler shouldn't be bowling. I mean, a left-arm spinner can always get a left hand out.
Yeah, 100%. It's another very good delivery, swinging away on this occasion from Ujwal. And in fact, that's the end of his second over. He's only conceded another couple of runs. Just slightly behind on the official score here, but pretty sure that's 4 from his 2. And the Legends stranded on 99. They can't quite get to that 100. And that run rate now, surprisingly, has dipped down to 9.
I think it's Abhimanyu Lamba bringing himself back. Should be a good ploy, especially after having seen Khwaja play the Pacers. I thought he was slightly tentative against Ujwal. Oh no, in fact, he is bringing on the left-arm spinner. This is going to be really, really interesting, Jamie.
Yeah, and to the point you made in the last over, I often feel like this whole matchups thing is overplayed. Right? I get it that, you know, the ball turning away from the batsman's bat generally is considered harder to play. But if you've got a good, if you've got a good off spinner, why not bowl them to right-handers? If you've got a good left-arm spinner, why not bowl them to left-handed batters?
Can't agree more, Jamie, but the trend has been... and also the wrist spinners seem to be preferred more than finger spinners in this format.
Yeah, I mean, wrist spinners are gold in T20 cricket. I mean, I remember when T20 cricket started, there was a suggestion that it was going to be the death of spin bowling. But in fact, it's been the opposite. All forms of spin bowlers have been so effective in the shortest format. As we see a couple of runs in the deep for Maqsood.
Absolutely, very well made point there, Jamie. You know, at the advent of T20, it was considered that the spinners are not going to get a chance to bowl, but in fact, they've been asked to bowl at crucial passages of play whenever the captains been looking for a wicket. They're on flat tracks. The spinners are the ones who have saved the teams and their captains.
Big shot this time, and it's all the way into the bushes. The slog sweep from Zishan Maqsood. Another 6.
Quality shot, quality player. Look how composed he was. He knew exactly which ball to pick. That's the sign of a great batter.
Wow, the most impressive part is he knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. There's plenty of players out in the deep, but he got his hands out wide and tugged it around backward of square, so the man at deep mid-wicket had no chance to get across.
Yeah, absolutely effortless and went a long way over the mid-wicket fence.
Shorter, flatter this time. No run. Well bowled. Oh, he's looking to get after it, but that's clever bowling. Saw him coming.
Yeah, pitching it right up, not allowing Zishan to get under it. And it's so obvious that Zishan is looking to take him on around the mid-wicket region.
Full flow of the arms this time. But there's a man stationed out there on the cover fence. Just the single. Good battle in that over. 9 runs coming from it. 108 for 3 after 12.
Yeah, good over for Zishan and good over for the legends. This partnership, again, Zishan is the center stage and St. Louis Americans should look to get him out. And T20 cricket, I believe the way to keep tab on the run rate or slow it down is only by picking wickets.
Yeah, I know at the toss, skipper Mohan Baba said they would be targeting 170, 180, but if they could get more than that, maybe up towards 200, they'd be happy. Having watched the first 12 overs, I feel like they need 200. Okay, it's not the flattest of flat decks. There's a little bit there, like you say. You know, it's just holding occasionally, particularly those back of a length deliveries. But I still think they're going to need 200.
Yeah, that would definitely give them some cushion. The wickets have been pretty flat at the ACAC Park.
Oh, is that out? Oh, I thought he might have got a little under edge on that. But no. Boy, Ujwal's been good, hasn't he?
All these dot balls are worth their weight in gold at this stage of the game when Zishan is well settled and he's definitely looking to take on the bowlers. Clever bowling by Ujwal.
Oh, what a shot that is. That's ridiculous. That's like a gully cricket shot. He's just picked it up off a foolish length off the back foot.
What a pickup shot. Again, using the angle, using the pace, picking the length. And that area around the mid-wicket and square leg region is what Zishan's favoring. Have a look at that. Effortless elegance that from Zishan.
Oh, I almost don't know what to say about that shot. He's hardly moved his feet. He's just swiveled on it. This time, droving over the offside. Oh, and he's beaten the man in the deep coming around as well. Back-to-back boundaries. Zishan Maqsood looking to get a move on.
What a magnificent shot. And Jamie, you were mentioning early that he could play both sides of the wicket, and that shot is the testimony to that. Look at that. Youngsters watching. Look at that still head. And then he decides where to pick the gap. This is top class batting.
That's almost two identical deliveries. One's disappeared over square leg, the other one's disappeared over a extra cover. Phenomenal.
The St. Louis Americans have to do something about Zishan. He's quickly running away with the game for the Legends.
Flicked behind square, there'll be at least one. That'll be all they get. Mays Vicar, I believe, in the deep out there. Does the tidy up job.
Jamie, I've been a natural left-hander and inherently biased towards left-handers whether it's the opponent team that I've been coaching or who they're playing against, my opponents. I've always admired the left-handers more than the right-handers.
I mean, it's hard to disagree with you this time. Is this a chance? No, it's going to find grass. They'll come back for two. I was having this exact discussion with another person recently where we said that I don't know what it is, but for some reason left-hand players always look more elegant. And as if to reinforce the point, I saw a video online where they had actually switched right-handers, like flipped the video, and they looked so much better as left-handed players. And then if you switch, say a Sangakkara or one of these elegant left-handers to a right-hander, they don't look as good. It's bizarre. It's a trick of the human mind.
Absolutely, and we can watch Sangakkara play his cover drives all day long. End of the over, 13 gone. Chicago Legends 121 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, for me, Brian Lara is probably one of the greatest of all time to watch. Arguably, if not one of the greatest batsmen full stop, certainly one of the greatest left-handed batsmen of all time.
Well, imagine a team having a left-handed opener and someone at number 4 and someone at number 6 or 7. You know, you can consistently keep the left-handed, right-handed combination going. Again, good example of that would be Sri Lanka when they won the 1996 World Cup. They had left-handers in between, and they had this left-right combination going right through beautifully.
Yeah, what a great side that was. Led so well by left-handed batter. I see a Jamali back into the attack, another left-hander.
Well, I think this is a good move by Lamba, the captain, because you need to get Zishan out to keep a tab or check the scoring rate here. He's sailing through beautifully, 38, effortless 38 runs of just 22 deliveries.
Arjuna Ranatunga, a Sankagura Singer.
Don't forget Sanat Jayasuriya at the top.
Of course. Along with Kalu. What an opening partnership that was.
They did have
Hashan Tilakaratne. Yeah. Right through the order.
I believe cricket is designed for right-handers and we are the odd men out or odd players out.
Chaminda Vas, did he bat left down the order? Yeah, he could hit it. They had some pretty good right-handers as well though, didn't they?
Aravinda for me, what a player. You felt like his bat was wider than the other batters, the way he was timing and missing it.
Absolutely. To me, the best puller of the cricket ball I've ever seen. As we see another boundary, backward a square, another clever shot from Zishan Mixu, just manipulating the ball into gaps. Just back to the 96 Sri Lanka side. We were lucky enough in Auckland, New Zealand, to have Aravinda come and play for Auckland for a year or two. So I got to see him up close and personal, which was nice. Over pitching this time, driven through the offside. That should run away. Although the man's giving good chase, but the ball beats him. Oh, that is such a good point for young players. I do a lot of coaching with young players, and I see them get so frustrated when it doesn't come right out of the middle of the bat. But how many of these from Mixood have come right out of the middle? Maybe 50%, but he knows where he's hitting it. He's hitting it well enough, and like you say, it's all about finding the gaps, knowing where the fielders are. Oh, no. Jamali, he's looking a bit ragged now. He's experienced as well, but he's coming up against one of the best to ever do it.
Yep, never easy to bowl to a set pattern in the middle overs. You know, especially as a pacer, when there's not much offered in the pitch, you have to rely on some variations.
We said it earlier about Mixood, how he just goes bang, 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 and all of a sudden he's got a score on the board. He's 46 off 24, and it hardly feels like he's done anything.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we are going to see another gear of his as we progress later into the slog overs. But so far, it has been all precision.
Yeah, it's an absolute treat being able to watch players of his caliber out here in St. Louis. What a tournament this has been and continues to be. Oh, off the back foot this time, and again he's found a gap. Absolute class.
Well, at the moment, he's batting the St. Louis Americans out of the game. Look at that. So effortless, so elegant, so relaxed. Knew where the fielders are. Using the pace of that ball. Magnificent 4 runs, and what a well-made half century for him.
Yeah, 50 off 26 deliveries. And he's hardly looked to break a sweat. Somewhere between second and third gear. He's still got fourth gear yet. We look forward to seeing that. Kept quiet on this occasion.
I think the margin of error has been absolutely minimal for Zishan. Anything outside of, he's freeing his arms, and anything on leg and middle, he's picking it up beautifully over the cow corner and mid-wicket area.
Yeah, they really need to see the back of him, or this could get ugly. Pulling on this occasion, doesn't quite get it, but he'll retain the strike for the next over. 14 gone now, 136 for 3.
Jimmy, a couple of evenings ago, we saw a masterclass in power hitting at the top of the order by Noman Anwar, the former Pakistani international. He was smashing it all around the park. I would say this is a masterclass in middle overs play from Zishan. I think this has been a very, very matured and Zishan-like innings. So to say, you have seen so many of them. I have seen so many of them. He just gets better and better.
So just a quick drinks break. I just want to have a look at the partnerships. The last wicket fell at 65. So this is now a 61-run partnership. And Raza Ali is on 3. Oh, there you go. There's the partnerships. Of course, we do actually have to take into account the fact that Ronak Sharma did retire hurt, but still 71 run partnership. 35. But look at that. The yellow line, that's Zishan Maqsood's contribution. Khawaja Raza Ali Dar, well, he's basically just a passenger. He's just running at the moment for his partner. Or not even running, just standing and admiring.
Zishan's control this innings so beautifully.
Well, that's well bowled by the skipper. Still manages to get it away for a single.
It's going to get interesting for the St. Louis Americans because the longer these two left-handers stay, they need to get two out of Abid, or not Abid, considering two left-handers, they have to get 2 overs from any of their other pacers.
Oh, that's cleverly played. He's just swiveled on it. Knew the fine leg fielder was up inside, and he's just angled it over that fielder. So boundary.
The best part about this partnership, they have not taken any undue risk yet, Jamie. They've just played percentage cricket, I would say, just merit of the ball and picking the gaps beautifully.
Well bowled right up into the block hole, but well judged single as well. Chicago LIV legends. 142 for 3. 5 overs left at the conclusion of this one. They would hope to go at least 10. I would say they'd be looking at 205, 210 from here.
Absolutely, Jamie, especially if this pair, and importantly, if Zishan's going to bat longer. The only option bowling to him seems to be the block hole, and how difficult, we all know how difficult is it for paces to consistently get it right on the block hole.
Yeah, and just back to your point before about who is going to do the bowling, I'd say Lumba will bowl another one. I'd say Ujwal, who's been very effective. It's just a single to retain the strike from Maqsood. He'll bowl his final, so that's 2. I think Ilyas probably will bowl his 2 remaining, so that's 4 of the 5. Who will bowl the other one? Do they go back to the spinner? Does Jamali bowl his 4th?
Well, it would depend on these left-handers at the crease. Ujwal's going to go, I guess Ujwal's going to finish up his spell. No, they're going to in fact bring in Ilyas. Not a bad move considering that they're looking for a wicket, they're searching for a wicket. And Ilyas has the ability to send in a searing yorker.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the right move. He's looked the most likely to take wickets. Yes, he's been a tad on the expensive side, going at 10. But he's created the odd half chance. And they need to create half chances, but they need to take them.
Yep, they don't pick up a wicket in this over or the next. Zishan's running away with the game, Jamie.
Oh, and there's that pickup shot again, and he's done it again. It looks so effortless. Boy, oh boy, just rocks onto the back foot. It's not even a short ball, really. And he just flicks it over square leg for 6.
What a way to welcome Ilyas for a spell. Effortless elegance once again. Watch the replay. See how quickly he picks the length.
Nothing wrong with the ball, really.
this is batting at its best.
Good follow-up delivery, but he squeezes it away for another run.
I guess that's the only area the bowlers can target to bowl to Zishan at this point of time.
As the 150 comes up, the Chicago LIV legends. Of course, the LIV is for the platinum sponsor, the LIV Wellness Lounge, Dr. Hasnain Syed. Thanks, Doc, for all your support. Oh, has he feathered that through? No, didn't get a touch. So Raza Ali looking just to run it down to third man to give the strike back to Maqsood.
Well, I think the Americans should look to get him on strike more often. Look to just give a single to Zishan and put a little bit of pressure on Khwaja. Have a look at the replay. Good hard lens.
Yeah, it really zips off the surface when they... Oh, full delivery. Yeah, had to be given... Oh, he's asking for a replay.
Well,
There we go. We're going to have a review for LBW.
For me, it just looks straight, Jamie.
Yeah, the only thought for me was, did it hit him in line? Although, it doesn't matter when you hit on the full. I guess it still does when it's outside leg.
Well, Liberty Cup is one of the few tournaments which has a review system and top-notch camera work so far, Jamie, right through this tournament.
Absolutely. This is going to be really interesting to see. As the production crew are just preparing the review. Umpire Martin Inamdar was the man who raised his finger. Lovely pink shirts with the tournament logo on the back. Of course, it's the CAD Engineering Liberty Cup for 2025. Platinum sponsor I just mentioned, LIV Wellness Lounge. The silver sponsors, 9 Sports, MyGo Consulting, Promotion Physical Therapy and Sports Nection. And of course the collaborating partner, the ACAC, American Cricket Academy and Club.
Still waiting on the decisions, the third umpire having multiple looks. And how exciting can this be for the local folks to come in and watch so many of the first class and international players here at the ACAC Park. The matches have been nothing short than exciting and wholesome entertainment here.
And all the games have been played in great spirits. You can see the players and the umpires out in the middle exchanging high fives. Lots of smiles. And here we go. Look at this technology. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So it's full. Oh, it's hit him outside leg. Probably crashing into the... I think there's no doubt it's hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't know the rules here. I don't know if the ball on the full, if it matters if it hits them outside.
Yeah, I think what would also be considered is the umpire's decision, because he had no hesitation in giving that out the moment that hit the pads.
Well, not only are we going to get the decision, we're also going to learn a little bit about the rules of the game here. Of course, had the ball bounced and then hit him where it hit him, the rule states that it must hit you. Well, in fact, it must pitch in line as from outside leg. So it can't pitch outside leg. So had the ball hit the turf, it would absolutely be not out.
Another indicator for me, Jamie, is where does the ball go after hitting the pad? Is it rolling towards fine leg? Then obviously, you know, or square leg, you probably know it's going to miss leg. But again, that's not the only criteria or the parameter, but that's something that I would usually look at in LBW decisions.
Yeah, look, I think there's no doubt that it's hitting. It's really going to be about that rule. To me, it's hit him outside the line. But does that rule come into effect with a full toss?
And going back to the point about the umpires, they have been wonderful, not only with the decisions, Jimmy. I believe umpiring is more about player management because decisions are to be made and you are human. You're bound to make mistakes, but it's how you handle the game, how composed you are out there in the middle. And you and I know it's a tough job. You have done that many a times.
So we have another look at this replay. It's hit him outside the line for me.
Yep, agree too. After the impact is when the leg comes more into the leg and middle region. But again, let's wait and watch what the technology has to tell and give us the decision.
Well, it looks like the players are going back to their positions. I don't see the batter leaving. So it looks like the decision has been overturned. Unless I'm not mistaken.
Yep, seems to be the first review decision of the Liberty Cup 2025.
And in fact, umpire Martina Namdar has just signalled leg by. So there we go. My initial thoughts on live view were that it had struck him outside the line.
Yep, excellent decision because as we said, initially to the naked eye, it looked like it was hitting in line with the stumps, but thanks to technology,
there we go. Final confirmation of the decision. And back live. Another single.
yeah, there you go. Clearly missing leg. A very, very good call. Thanks to all the technology folks out here making this possible because every decision matters in the T20 format.
Well, I'm surprised by that the technology is saying it was missing the stumps. I still thought it was hitting, but that it hit him outside the line, so therefore couldn't be given. Technology saying it was missing. Very interesting. As in the meantime, another single to Zishan Maksud. And the end of the over at the end of 16. So just 4 remain. 152 for 3. The Chicago LIV legends.
Well, the batters have to be slightly careful here because any break, however small, can kind of disrupt their flow and concentration. Well, I think Zishan has enough experience to reset and continue his flow. He's been tremendous today for the legends.
Yeah, he has. Brilliant knock, 61 off 35. And they'll be pretty happy with 152 for 3. But again, they haven't fully gotten away. St. Louis Americans are still very much in this. However, this final 4 overs unfolds will very much determine which team goes into the break the happier.
Well, they have their strategies very clear to chase, but having said that, this is a semi-final knockout game and the pressure of scoreboard will always be there.
So Lumber to bowl out, nice and full, he clips that over, extra cover. That'll race away for 4. Again, just makes it look so effortless.
And what's been interesting with Zishan is every time a new bowler is coming into the attack, he seems to dispatch it for a 4 or 6 early on the first delivery. Have a look at that. Once again, watch out for that still head. Easing his arms. Absolutely brilliant.
It's like a little iron shot playing golf where you're under a tree, slightly difficult line. He's just chopped it into a gap. Short and wide this time. He'll find the man in the deep, so just the single.
This has been an absolute masterclass in T20 batting by Zishan. Having no hurry all the time in the world, so relaxed and composed at the crease. 66 in 37, Jamie. I mean, and no sweat at all so far.
Obviously still a long way to go in the match, but could be a match-defining knock, this one. Oh, clever, very clever. Just ramped it over the short fine leg fielder. It's the second time he's done that, in fact. Another boundary for Raza Ali.
Smart batting this, again looking to use the pace of the ball and knowing where exactly the gaps are.
Yeah, it's the second time he's taken advantage of that fine leg fielder up inside the ring. Plays that shot very well.
I believe batting is all about getting into the right positions. You see how quickly he got into the ramp position and executed it to perfection.
Oh, he's done it again, but the fielder's gone back. So it will just be the single.
Excellent over so far for the Legends. 10 of 4 and they would want to finish big and launch from the next over. 3 overs, plenty of wickets in hand. Are we looking at 200 and 200 plus, Jamie?
Yeah, I still think they probably want 205 at least from here. 2 set batters now. Maqsood with all his experience. Bang! Met. Dispatched. 6.
Same result every time they pitch slightly short to him. Look at that. Keep insisting on the word effortless elegance. Look at the way he's timed it, not looking to hit too hard, picking that just short of length. Still head once again and hitting it a long way over the boundary.
He never ever loses his composure. Never looks to overhit it. Never loses his shape. It's almost underhit every time, but he's got so much power and just so much control. He knows exactly the spot he wants to hit it. Just phenomenal batsmanship.
What a controlled innings this has been. 72 in just 38. Truly masterclass.
Poor old Abhimanyu Lumba took 2 wickets early, but he's brought up his half century. He's gone for 50. 1 ball to go in his spell.
Been a pretty expensive spell for Abhimanyu Lamba after having picked up 2 wickets initially. Well, I think he has pulled a muscle or two and we see him limp out. That's not good signs for the St. Louis Americans. Bala Aditya being brought back to complete the over.
Yeah, not good at all. Oh, that's 3 players we've lost to injury today. Garanshu Sharma, leading run scorer earlier in the day, got hit on the forearm while batting. Had to retire hurt. We've seen Rolnak in this innings retire hurt. And now the captain of the St. Louis Americans, Abhimanyu Lamba. Looks like a quad injury perhaps. As Maqsood goes again, oh, just short of Ilyas in the deep. If anyone was going to get to it, it was going to be him.
Absolutely spot on, Jamie. If Ilyas cannot get to it, I don't think anyone else on that field would get anywhere near. Let's have a quick look at the replay. not going through fully with the shot, just picking the length and looking to go much straighter, I assume. But what a save in the end. Looking to go for the catch, but managed to save the boundary, I would say.
Yeah, in the end, that means Maksud retains strike. And it will be Ilyas to bowl his fourth and final. Can he pick up the all-important wicket here of Zishan Maksud? It could be the difference between chasing 190, 195 or 205, 210.
Absolutely big difference, especially the context of this game being a knockout semi-finals. Ilyas needs to get his Yorkers right. And for the legends, Zishan has to finish off this innings unbeaten.
Full toss. Oh dear, it's gone straight through the fielder at mid-off and away for 4. Should have only been a single or maybe even a dot. It got to the fielder so quickly, but he's made an absolute hash of it. Wasn't an easy bounce, you'd have to say, but still. I think that's Joshua Kind there as well.
Well, that would be frustrating for Ilyas. And once again, Zishan has put the first ball for a boundary or 6, straight away putting pressure on the bowler.
Yeah, you can see the body language there. He's not happy. Feels like he did nothing wrong there and still concedes the boundary. Let's have a look. It's a low full toss. Hit hard. Oh, and it just takes a nasty bounce. Oh, yeah, slower delivery. Pulled into the leg side, another misfield. But they can't take advantage.
Gulfarm, the fielder on the boundary, should have been just one ideally. Because you don't want Zishan back on strike at this stage of the innings.
They probably could have got 2 there, but they ran the first slowly. Neither batter was looking for the 2. So the man in the deep, even though he fumbled, he was able to recover.
I beg your pardon, I thought they did complete the second.
Oh, flicked up over the offside. Just the single though. Man positioned at deep backward point.
Ujjwal does well to keep it to a single, but I thought that was not a great delivery, offering the batter width to free the arms, and if it were timed any better, could have been a 6 or 4 over the point fielder.
Yeah, lucky to get away with it was Ilyas. Tell you what, if Maksud had been on strike, I'd suggest it may have disappeared. Oh, well bowled. Got it right up there in the block hole. Can only squeeze it out for a single.
Yeah, exactly. Great point, Jamie. These small things usually make a difference in the T20 format, right? Or the white ball cricket format. Your 1 extra overthrows, your couple of wides, your loose full toss, trying a Yorker, getting dispatched for a 4 or 6. So these small things add up and make a big difference in the end.
Yeah, I try and tell my kids, the kids that I coach, about the 1%ers. They all want to bat, they all want to bowl, but what about fielding? What about running between the wickets? All of these things become so important. Pick up shot. Oh, half chance. Fielder can't pull off what would have been a pretty special catch. And in the end, the ball hits the boundary, and it will be 4.
It'll be interesting to see in the replay if the fielder managed to get a hand to it. Well, my coach used to say, if you get it in the hand, it's a catch.
Yeah, it has to go down as a chance. I'm pretty sure he got a solid hand to it. But it was one of those awkward angles where you're kind of going across and backwards at the same time. Stuck out a left hand, but was only able to parry it into the boundary rope.
But this has been good batting by the legends, Jamie. They have paced their innings so well, particularly Zishan and now Raza Ali as well, opening up and making it count in these death overs.
11 runs off the over so far. And there'll be more runs here. Just the 1. So 12 from the 18th. 2 to go. 181 for 3. The Chicago LIV Legends looking to push beyond 200. St. Louis Americans hoping to keep them to 190, 195 if they can.
Well, they seem to be all set for a big one, a 200 plus. I well predicted, Jamie, I would say, early at the start of the innings and eventually into the middle. But thanks to Zishan, it's been such a matured innings, holding his end up and now accelerating at the right time.
Yeah, look, I've got to say, selfishly, when I saw Zishan Maqsood's name on the team list for the Chicago LIV Legends, selfishly I was like, oh gosh, I hope he has a good knock while I'm watching. And this has been an absolute treat for me. It really has.
Bringing all his experience and class today here at the ACSE Park, been an absolute treat and delight to watch.
Outside chance at 100. And he'll come back onto strike. Oh, no, he won't, because there's another misfield in the deep. Should have just been a single, and it's another 4. And it might also be another player that's hurt themselves. Oh, dear. What's happened here?
Seems like another player with cramps. It's been hot couple of days here at St. Louis, Missouri, USA. But it's been some ordinary fielding effort so far in the last 2 overs. I think 2 of these boundaries could have been avoided.
Oh, going back to exactly what you were saying, it's the little things, those little 1%ers that make all the difference. How often do we see that teams are fairly evenly matched when it comes to batting and bowling, but fielding makes such a huge difference? I think back to that great Australian side through the 90s and the early 2000s. Yes, they had some of the best bowlers and batters to ever do it, but their fielding was exceptional.
Absolutely, both their catching, especially their catching in the slip garden, both for the spinners and pacers.
Mark Waugh, Mark Taylor, insanely good in those slips.
And then you had the likes of Ricky Ponting, Michael Clark, Andrew Simons. What an all-round fielder he was.
Yeah, rest in peace, Andrew Simons. What a player.
Well, I hope the player there, Arnav Jam, hasn't caused too much damage. It seems to be like an ankle twist to me more than a cramp.
Yeah, well, I wondered initially if he'd actually stepped on the ball when he tried to stop it. He does seem to have done something to his ankle. It certainly seems to be more than cramp. If it was cramp, he wouldn't have taken his shoe off.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Zishan, but if you look at Raza Ali, he's quietly blossomed and has placed his innings beautifully. He's just 24 of 18.
And he'll have more runs here. On this occasion, just the single. Yeah, I mean, at the point we were talking about partnerships, the partnership at that stage was 71 and he had contributed only 3. Well, since then, he's blossomed. Maybe he overheard us and felt challenged to up the ante. He's certainly done that.
And that was a crucial passage of play as well. If there was one more wicket, you never know.
Wide, got the edge, got the breakthrough. That could be big. Could be. It's late in the piece, but you never, ever don't want to see the back of Zishan Maqsood, no matter how late it is.
Has it come a tad too late, Jamie? That's the question we all have, and we would like the answer when the St. Louis Americans come back in their run chase. But what an innings it has been. Absolutely magnificent. So calm, so composed. Started off very, very confidently, and the way he paced his innings to perfection.
It just opens the door slightly for the St. Louis Americans to try and keep this below 200. Of course, the LIV Legends have still got batting in the hutch. To see who's come out. Number 10 on their back.
And don't forget, 2 of the St. Louis Americans are out injured from the playing 11.
In fact, it's Ronak that's come back. Oh dear, over-pitched. He'll just get a single. So Ronak Sharma, who went off injured earlier, has come back to resume his innings.
Maybe it's safe to assume that he would have wanted some medical attention or intervention, I guess.
Yeah, but you make a great point. St. Louis Americans are the walking wounded at the moment. At least 2 players down with injury. They could ill afford that in a big run chase. Oh, swing and a miss on this occasion. Wants
is
the
good.
umpire to call wide, but I'm sorry, son, you moved way across.
Yeah, Ujjwal would be the pick of the bowlers today for the St. Louis Americans, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think almost certainly. He's been very, very good. He's one of those players that looks military medium, but he bowls what you call a heavy ball. He could have another wicket here. Oh, he's found the gap. It's gone for 4.
What a good way to end the over this for the legends. Raza Ali once again. He spent a lot of time in the pitch, 21 deliveries so far. What a shot it was, dissecting the long off and long on. This has been a terrific batting display. They've taken their time initially. They went crazy, looked to go crazy in the power play and then consolidated in the middle order. And now they are finishing it well.
Yeah, 1 over left. And Sunil, I believe you need to go off and do your duties on the back of the roller.
Yeah,
Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Jamie. Join you at the start of the next innings. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure with you in the comm box.
Absolutely. Look forward to some further conversations. So 1 over remaining, and it will be the experienced Nasir Jamali to close things out for the St. Louis Americans. Ronak Sharma on strike. Khwaja Raza Ali Dar for the Chicago LIV Legends. 6 balls. Can they get to 200? Can Jamali and the Americans keep them to under 200? I think 200's about par, so this, either way, this is going to be a good game, one feels. Certainly been tightly contested. It never really feels like one side's fully got the upper hand at any stage. Obviously the innings by Zishan Maqsood and that big partnership with Raza Ali, there was some sensational batting, but it's never felt quite like they've fully got away. Oh, it's going to start with a wide here. That's not going to help. 192 with 6 balls remaining. Just feel like from a psychological standpoint, if they can get beyond 200, it's a big advantage for the LIV Legends. Slower delivery, had to wait on it, did Ronak. So just a single. What an absolute pleasure to have Sunil Viswanathan in the comm box with me for the first 19 overs. He's had to disappear off and do his groundsman duties. He'll be rolling the pitch in between innings. He'll join me again for the second half of the match. The chase, and hopefully he'll join me for the second semi-final later on, and perhaps even the final tomorrow. Have to wait and see. As Jamali continues Missed his length that time. And Raza Ali takes full toll, pumping it over mid-wicket for a maximum. And he's taken up the senior partner mantle with the dismissal of Zishan Maqsood. And there we go, just one short of 200 now, so the St. Louis Americans will need at least 200 to advance to the final. Yeah, it's just over pitched, right in the arc for the left-handed player. Lovely fluid swing. Oh, this time he's dragged it, but he's dragged it for 4. So they have gone beyond 200. There's still 3 deliveries left as well. Could go well beyond 200 if these boundaries keep coming. 210 still on the cards. And both Sunil and I talked about it on a couple of occasions, just how fine the margin for error is on a pitch like this and with players of this quality. You've only got to miss your line or your length by a fraction and you disappear. Even on that occasion where the shot wasn't exactly timed, the ball still raced away. Yeah, big shot. I don't think it's going to go anywhere though, except for into the hands of Joshua Kind. So Jamali strikes back with a wicket. The Chicago LIV legends won't be too disappointed with that. The damage has already been done in the over. And the end of what turned out to be a very, very valuable knock by Raza Ali. He departs for 39 off 24 balls. So have a look at the replay. Yeah, just back of a length, pace off, through the shot early and just chipped up. It's catching practice really for Joshua Kind. So 2 balls remaining. So Shahir Hassan out to face the penultimate delivery. Developed a reputation over a number of years as a big hitter of the cricket ball. Let's see if he can do it here. Oh, he certainly tried, but it's gone straight up. And the catch is taken. So 2 and 2 for Nasir Jamali. And he's done well after being taken for a 6 and a 4 earlier in the over. Chance at a hat-trick to finish things off here for the old campaigner. And again, in a game of fine margins, this finish by the St. Louis Americans could be crucial. Again, rolling the fingers across it. Yeah, off cutter. Yeah, completely lost his shape, did Hassan. A good catch by the young man, 15-year-old, giving Nasir Jamali a chance to take a hat-trick. Hat-trick, of course, 3 wickets off successive deliveries. He's got 2, just needs 1 more. Farhan Ali, a right-arm medium pace bowler to face, and it won't be a hat-trick for the bowler. It'll just be a single, so A decent back half of the over means the Chicago LIV Legends will finish on 204 for 6 from their 20. To me, that's maybe a tick above par. They've done pretty well. An innings built mostly off the back of a sensational knock by Zishan Maksud, who scored 78. Useful hands by a couple of the other batters. The St. Louis Americans will need 205 from their 20 when we return to advance to tomorrow's final. See the Americans in a huddle there. I'm sure they'll be saying, lads, we're in this. We're a real chance here. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Babar was the first to go. Abhimanyu taking the wicket. He also took the second wicket, that of Alam. Mahmood, 29 off 15. And then Ranak Sharma initially retired hurt, came back later on at the fall of Maksud's wicket. He finishes 16 not out. But there we go, the big partnership in the middle. Zishan Maksud eventually up for 79 from 43 balls. Dar made a well-compiled 39 off 24. Hassan only lasted one delivery, and Ali not out for one. The bowlers, well, they all took a little bit of tap. The pick of them, you'd have to say, was, oh, just having a look at it, probably Venakota in the end. 4 overs, 1 for 27. Bowled very good through the middle. So when we return, the St. Louis Americans, they will require 205 for victory and to secure a place in the final tomorrow. Chicago LIV Legends, they'll be looking to defend. We'll be back in approximately 10 or 15 minutes for the chase. Don't go anywhere.
भाई छुपा के रखी है अभी भाई। एक और सेल्सियस भी है, वो सेल्सियस भी वो भी निकाल शेयर करेंगे ना सारे। अबे अंदर है देख, बाकी मैंने रखी है नहीं नहीं आपके भाई ने अंदर जाओगे ये अब तो उसके नीचे रख दिया था आइस वाला, आइस बैग के नीचे डाल दिया थोड़ी सी मुझे डाल तू भाई जा रहा है फिर तू डंका लाटे ले चॉकलेट है भाई क्या मंगवाना है डंका लाटे ये मैं रोनी हम सब ने एक एक लगाना है शॉट आपको This है ये कितना बड़ा है कुछ खाने के लिए है उधर है ना मोहम्मद फाल है उधर है ना साहब वहाँ पे है खाना है हाँ वो लगा मेरे वेला यार परफ्यूम नहीं है तू भी डीप है तू भी बाउंड्री दे मैं फिर अंदर दबा नाल जोड़ सब नाल बस number one boys wicket start jara shabash
Yeah, no. I don't know. I didn't bother looking. I just saw it and I thought it's probably a bit more sensible at this stage. Still got a whole another game to go, right? We good? I can talk. Well, welcome back for the chase. St. Louis Americans require 205. And they'll start with a dot ball. Good looking shot, but found the fielder on the offside. And I'm joined, as I was in the first innings, by Sunil Viswanathan. Sunil, first question, how does it look out in the middle?
It's really hard. Now we can understand why some of the players were having cramp issues. It's blazing hard out there, Jamie.
Slower delivery. Well, we think it was slower. A little bit hard to tell. Gulfam Salet and Snell Patel, the two players in the middle for the St. Louis Americans to come. Maiz Vikar, Arnav Jam, Joshua Kind, Ujwal Vinakota. So plenty of batting in the middle order. Oi, this time ripping through. Looking for a wide call, but may have just gone through at about helmet level.
Look at that bounce and carry for Sadaf. You know, I always felt like the first two balls he was just warming up casually, and then the third one, boom, hit the keeper hard in the gloves.
He's a big man. He doesn't have to bend his back much to get the ball to really kick off the surface, which is still playing very well. This time, back cut, beautifully done. Only needed 2 or 3 inches outside off stump to give him that little bit of extra room. He just lay back on it and placed it backward a point for 4.
Absolutely nicely done by Gulfam. Gets off the mark with this boundary. Again, not looking to hit too hard. He's managing to find the gap, using the pace of the bound. Races away to the point boundary.
It'll be interesting to see how they approach this innings. Yes, it's a daunting target, 205, but they could do no worse than try and emulate what the LIV legends did in the first knock, which was never really get... Oh, he's tried to repeat the shot, but it was far too close. He's looked to almost take it off middle.
One thing for sure, Jamie, I think St. Louis have to utilize the power play to make this chase. They need to have a blistering start, like 70-80 in the 6 overs to be, because Zishan, mind you, can also bowl spin. They have a couple of good spinners. And in the middle overs, it's going to get more challenging. So you got to utilize the power play.
Yep, absolutely. Final ball of the first. Almost hovering on the back foot there. Just came forward right at the last moment, and pretty good over in the end by Sadaf Hussain. 5 dot balls and the 1 boundary, so 4 without loss, St. Louis after 1.
Tall man is Sadaf, and even taller action. So it's going to be awkward for the batters to have a look at way above their eye level, the ball coming from their eye level. It's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the bowling options that the LIV legends have got, you already mentioned Zishan Maqsood with his left arm spin. They've got Farhan Ali with his right arm medium paces. We'll have to see. I know Mohan Baba bowls as well. Shuja Naqvi, another right arm medium pacer. It does look like Malik Assad, left arm orthodox, will open from the far end.
It's interesting, they're starting off with spin with the new ball.
Yeah, change of tactics from the first innings, certainly. Well, we didn't see an over of spin until the 10th over, I believe it was.
I would say it's a good ploy to start off with the left arm spin with 2 right-handers at the crease.
Oh, that could be a chance. It's gone straight up. Man settling under it, takes the catch. That's Hussain. And well, it has worked.
Poor batting. You should take your time a little bit. You see the trends in T20. The first 2 overs, the batters look to get a sense of what the bowlers are doing, and then look to launch between overs 3, 4, 5 and 6. Poor start for St. Louis Americans. Lose their first wicket with just 4 runs on the board in the second over.
Well, it just puts so much pressure on the incoming batsman as we have a look at the replay. Yeah, too far outside off stump to be playing that shot. Was always going to be dragging it. Perhaps a little more bounce than expected, and all it did was take the top edge, and simple catch to the man at short fine leg.
Too far and too early as well, Jamie. Ideally should have taken a little more time, but what a start this for the legends. The plans working to perfection, getting the left arm spinner on with 2 right-handed opening batters and picking up the first wicket.
Absolutely. Couldn't have hoped for a better start, really. And it will be Maiz Vikar, who's become a very successful batter around the St. Louis area, scoring lots of runs at club level. Of course, I first knew Mays as a player for the Drexel University team back many years ago, where he used to be the captain of the side, playing in college competitions across the country, scoring bucket loads of runs. Cleverly played to get off the mark straight away. I don't think it'll run to the fence, but he'll get at least two. Two will be all he gets.
Spent a lot of time here in the USA. Came here for his undergrad studies, originally from Karachi in Pakistan, and the way he bats, you could have a sense of the subclass, typical subcontinent batter who uses his wrists so well. And as you rightly pointed out, he's in terrific form in the local leagues. He has had 3 centuries so far in about 3 or 4 games.
Well, you can't do much better than that, can you? He's a small man. He's not a big fella, but he uses that to his advantage by staying low. Very stylish player when he gets going.
St. Louis Americans will definitely need a big knock from him today to chase down this. Not got to a great start. Almost the end of the second over, just reeling at 6 for 1.
Oh, misses out there. Was shorter, a little bit of width as well, and it beat the bat, and it brings the end of the second over. So 6 for 1, and you're right, Sunil, they're going to need a very special performance from at least one of their players, if not 2 or 3. A 70 or 80 with a couple of supporting knocks of 30 or 40, but they're going to have to come at quick time as well.
Yeah, rightly said, Jamie. They need about 60, 70 in the power play to have the momentum in this run chase. We have seen bigger targets being chased down easier in Park 2. A couple of nights ago, Noman Anwar, when he was chasing, his team was chasing 216. He finished the game in 16 overs. That was incredible. Like in around 35 overs, 400 plus runs scored. And that's how good this wicket is. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Will we go farm on strike? Oh dear, another false shot and another wicket.
This is poor batting once again. Wonder if it's Gulfarm or Mais. Whoever that was definitely not on, Jamie. You just lost a wicket and you're supposed to consolidate. This is poor batting.
Well, we saw in the first innings how particularly Zishan Maqsood was able to score runs at a good clip, but playing with a lot of control. The problem with this shot was it was just a slog. No control at all. Consequently, he's just chipped it up to a fielder in the deep. He's done well. He's covered a lot of ground and taken a running catch, but still, you can't be offering those sorts of opportunities. And that's 2 now, very similar shots. One coming off the spinner, slog across the line. Now a slog across the line to the pacer. 2 wickets down. They're in deep trouble already.
Yep, poor choice of shot selection here, one must say. They need to give themselves a little bit more time. And for all youngsters watching, although you're chasing 200, you just still need to give yourself time, some time to get your eye in as a batter. Gulfarm, in fact, was the batter who got dismissed. I was not sure who it was. Now we know for a fact that it was Gulfarm.
You always have more time than you think you do. Right? Particularly when you're chasing, you almost need to reverse engineer your innings and go, all right, how many runs can I score off the final 2 or 3 if I have wickets in hand? right? And then subtract that from your overall total, and all of a sudden, it seems a lot easier. Break it down into chunks. All right, can we score it 7 or 8 and over for the next 5? Then can we score it 9 or 10 and over for the next 5? Instead of trying to win the game in the first couple of overs. You're never going to win a game in the first couple of overs, but you're going to go a long way to losing it if you lose early wickets.
Yeah, brilliantly said, Jamie, and you broke it down so nicely. Yes, you are under pressure, but you still have to build an innings to be in the run chase. You can't keep losing wickets, especially early on, and you're losing the momentum at the start of the innings. That's not what you want in this run chase.
And over the years, we've seen some sensational players who have known how to pace an innings, the likes of Michael Hussey and MS Dhoni. These guys who just hang around, and you think, oh, they're letting the run rate required get away from them here. But they get their eye in, they start knocking it around, they get the odd boundary, rate climbs up to 10 or 12, and then suddenly towards the end they go bang, 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 and they finish the game. But if you're sitting in the dugout, you can't do that. You've got to value your wicket even in these tough chases.
And as a batter, you need to have a plan. It's okay to fail with a plan, but you just can't go play random shots and get out without a plan.
Oh, that's good bowling. Using his height.
Look at that bounce and carry. Sadaf, tall and lanky, hitting the deck hard. Now we're getting to see some contest between the bat and ball. So we've had it all. It's been a lot of striking at the top of the order, some amazing run chases, but good to see some contest between the bat and ball. Ultimately, a cricket match is all about that.
Yeah, and kudos to you and the other ground staff for producing a wicket that's still, what are we, in day 4? You know, it's had the sun baking it. You would think that the pitch would be dead, bounce low, but it's still ripping through to the keeper, slamming into his gloves.
I would definitely love to give the credit, or like to give the credit where it's due, Jamie. It's me just doing the post-preparation part. The preparation part is being done by Lamba, our captain and coach. So he has his own academy in Rajasthan, and he deals with the infrastructure in India as well. And he has a fair bit of idea on. It's all about watering and the time or minutes that you need to roll. And touch wood, so far we've got it right for this tournament.
Oh, over pitching, but can't take advantage. Miss it by a long way. Just struggling to get his eye in is Arnav. Arnav Jam, of course, son of the man himself. AJ Jam, of course, the man who made this whole facility possible.
And his other kid is playing for the USA Under-19s in St. Kitts, Caribbean currently.
This time he'll get a single, just chips it back past the bowler. At the end of another very good over by Sadaf Hussain. He's got 6 for 1 off 2, and St. Louis, well, they're in big trouble at the moment. 8 for 2 off 3.
Absolutely, 8 for 2 in 3 is not the start you look at when you're chasing a score over 200. And having said that, the repair work has to be done. I believe in this, Jamie. Some of the batters who feel pressure playing dot balls, what I tell them, especially the kids, since they all play white ball cricket here in USA, I would advise them that if they are thinking that they're taking time, they're under pressure, I tell them, remember this, the guy coming next to you is going to take more time.
Yeah, absolutely. I often have tried over the years to give players the same message. Look, not just young players, even in the US team when I was part of the support staff, is which batters are the best equipped to deal with the pressure? Well, it's the two in the middle, because they've seen the ball, they're seeing the ball, they're understanding conditions. The people that are waiting to come in next, they then have to go through that whole process of seeing the ball, working out the conditions. So by getting out when you don't need to, you're putting unnecessary pressure on the players to come. take responsibility to be the one that will take the pressure on your shoulders.
Yep. Well said, Jamie. And those of you who don't know Jamie Lloyd has contributed a lot to USA cricket. He's worn multiple hats and he has been a relentless supporter of cricket in the USA, originally hailing from the Kiwi land, New Zealand, and he has contributed immensely towards the development of USA cricket.
Oh, big shot attempted here. Oh, and he managed to get enough on it to go all the way for 6, was it? Just waiting for the final signal. And it looks like it fell just short. So 4 runs for Arnav Jam. Good looking shot, gave himself room, lifted it over the offside field. 1 bounce for 4. Didn't time it perfectly, but during the power play there's enough space in the outfield for it to land safely.
Yep, good shot inside out. That'll give him some relief to calm his nerves. Once again, going back to the point, you see a novice was a seasoned player, right? In terms of body language and composure, very well made singles, straight away, good understanding between the batters, Mais and Arnav. Didn't even call, just looked at each other and set off for that run.
Yeah, I like that. Although I have noticed both batters aren't taking as much of a start as I'd like. Mais really had to go then because he's only giving himself about a step and a half. I'd like to see a little bit more intent from the non-strikers. Big shot. Has he got enough? Well, he's cleared the infield at least, and it's been dragged back, so they'll just get a couple.
Yeah, didn't get it in the middle of the bat, hence couldn't clear the boundary convincingly, but still managed to clear the infield for a comfortable 2 in the end. When Malik Assad is doing the job for his team, he's come in with the new ball, bowling his 2nd over, has picked up a crucial wicket and put the brakes definitely on the St. Louis American batters.
Yeah, they're trying desperately to get some big shots away, and they've got 1 boundary this over. They'd like 1 more if they can, just to inject a bit of momentum into this chase. A nice looking shot, and he will find the boundary. Just a classical back foot punch, finding the gap on the offside, and it races away.
Absolutely brilliant shot. The 2nd of this innings, I would say. The first one, Arnav going inside out, and this time marginally short, latching on and finding the gap on the outside. This would give Mais a lot of confidence. Have a look at that. Quickly launching back and finding that gap between the 2 fielders in the infield.
So much better over, 11 runs coming from it. Current rate of 4.75, but the required rate has already ballooned to 11.62, approaching 12 and over, which as we know equates to a minimum of 2 per ball. Gets pretty hard once it gets to that stage.
Well, they definitely need some maximum hits, Jamie. At this point of time, you have to utilize the field restriction, get a couple of sixers and get the momentum back in the run chase.
So Shuja Naqvi will be the new bowler. Another stalwart of American cricket. Been running in hard across the country in various tournaments for the better part of 10 years. Always gives 110%. Oh, a lot of in-swing there. Well bowled and well fielded. Oh, almost brings a run out.
I think the batters need to be more careful. That was kind of lethargic from both of them. Yes and no, and the non-striker not making enough effort to come back. Well, if anyone knows a thing or two about these players, it's you, Jamie. You've watched them for long. You've served the game of cricket here in USA. End of over number 4. St. Louis is reeling at 19 for 2. They need a move on from here. It's been a slow start. Need to gather momentum now. and finish the rest of the power play with few lusty blows over the field.
Do we have a review for run out? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, we do. We have a review for run out. Well, let's have a look. It's Zishan Maqsood. Oh, safe. He has just got back there. Tell you what, matter of 2 inches in it. How good is this, having these reviews? My goodness. What an absolute treat to be able to have reviews. Zishan Maqsood almost pulling off an unlikely run out. I don't think anyone else really knew what was happening.
Goodness me, that would have been a disaster. So, I think as a batter or as a player in the cricket field, there's never a moment where you cannot be but stay alert and agile.
Especially when there's a Zishan Maqsood hanging around. Oh, this could be out. Top edge. Oh, taken eventually. Little bobble. But another wicket down to an inauspicious shot, you have to say.
Well, St. Louis Americans in deep, deep trouble here, losing their 3rd wicket in just a 5th over. It's not what the doctors ordered in a run chase. Let's have a look at the replay. Seemed to be like a top edge, yes, looking to go over the onside, but bounce and carry on that occasion. And simple catch in the end, almost in and out. The fielder managed to keep his eye on the ball.
Yeah, this is what I like about Shuja Naqvi, is he always gives it 110%. He's not the biggest guy, he's not the quickest, but he bowls like a quick bowler. I think he's one of the, you know, you have those the little dogs that think they're a big dog. He's like that. He's a little bowler that doesn't bowl quick, but he thinks he's Brett Lee. He steams in, and he's got that fast bowler's attitude, right? And that wicket is from pure effort. He's dug it in, surprised the batter. It's come on to him a little bit quicker than he thought. Top edge, catch
Absolutely
taken.
well said, and an interesting analogy, Damie. Yeah, it's all about intent and effort, right? He comes in, he gives his 100% every delivery, believing that he's going to make something, believing that he's going to get a wicket, and in the end, life is all about belief and hope.
Absolutely. When I bowled, I was a small dog that thought he was a pussycat. Ran in off 10 paces and bowled slower than a spinner. Well bowled right up in the block hole.
Good ball first up to a new batter. Ujjwal, the new batter in, hasn't had too much of an outing in this series so far with the bat. But mind you, he's a very, very capable batter. He's a good all-rounder for St. Louis Americans.
Well, I was really impressed with him with the ball. He's got a job to do now, this time down the leg side. Interesting to see what it, excuse me, what it came off, if anything.
Oh, was it run signal by the umpire? No, it's
Leg
in fact a
bias.
leg bias. Yeah.
Well, apologies if we're slightly distracted in the commentary box at the moment. The incredible hospitality continues. We've just been handed back-to-back containers of ice cream. The first container, the first cup of ice cream we got each was cookies and cream, which is one. Oh, clever shot. Geez, that's well played. Mahez Vikar. Initially, he's gone to play the ramp over the leg side. When he's seen the line of the ball, he's adjusted at the last moment. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, really clever adjustment.
Yeah, actually, I thought he got into the Rams shop position way too early, waited for the ball to release, but in the end, as you said, adjusted it well and managed to get 4 important runs.
Yep, so we've finished off our cookies and cream. Thought that was very nice. And then lo and behold, a cup of vanilla showed up as well.
Much needed for the heat, Jamie. We have another long day to go today and tomorrow, so
Yeah, absolutely. Getting up to 95 degrees today. Big shot over the offside. One bounce, couple of bounces into the boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Mays. He's looking to get on with the job. 28 for 3 at the end of 5.
well, that's a good over, one must say, after having lost a wicket and last 2 boundaries. Sorry, 2 balls, 2 boundaries. This is good batting. As you mentioned, he seems a very intelligent cricketer. He has a lot of experience behind him. Watch the replay here. Picking the length in a jiffy and no hesitation in hitting it over the infield for a huge 6. In fact, it cleared the boundary by a mile.
It was signalled 4. Just need to have another look at that replay. Replay suggesting that it cleared the boundary. Initially, I didn't think he timed it all that well.
Or maybe my bad, I didn't get the angle right. So I guess it's 4 signal and end of the over.
Regardless, a much better over despite the wicket, as you say. Rate of scoring is up towards 6 now, still well behind the required rate. Change the bowler. Ujwal will get his account underway with a single. Khwaja Raza Ali, who did such a good job with the bat earlier on, and to bowl his first over of left arm spin.
Going back to our theory of playing 3 left-arm spinners, I think the Legends have 3 left-arm spinners in their wing.
Oh, they do, because we haven't seen Zishan Maqsood yet.
It's going to be difficult for the St. Louis Americans, especially when the ball gets over. We saw that there's a little bit of grip off the surface, so ideally they should look to score as much when the ball is new in this run chase.
Big shot into the leg side. Oh, and that's cleared the rope. That's a 6. Oh, it's been signalled 4, but I'm pretty certain that has cleared the rope. Let's have a look at the replay.
Length ball with the angle.
Oh, hard to tell actually. Maybe it was just in front of the line.
Probably, yeah, just pitched in front of the boundary. Nevertheless, a good shot. I think he has to take on one of them, have to keep the boundaries and sixers going to stay in this run chase.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this over progresses, just want to mention all of the people that have made this tournament possible. Another big shot, repeats the dose, and it's going to be the same result. Another 4.
This is good positive batting and intent by Ujwal. Once again, picking that mid-wicket region, using the angle of the left-arm spinner, getting into the line and slog it over mid-wicket for another boundary. They need these boundaries, doesn't matter how they come. They need a few big overs to stay in this run chase.
Yeah, well, you've said it a couple of times already that they need a big power play. And okay, they're not the most pretty shots in the world, but they're effective. He's identified where the gap is, and he's managed to hit it into the gap. 2 balls in a row. And I'd suggest he's going to keep going. No point tapping it around for singles now. Oh, and he's got that even bigger. Yep, that's all the way this time. So this is the big over they needed.
What a super pick this from Ujwal. Once again, targeting that leg side region, this time going away from the stumps, carting it over for a huge six. This is brilliant batting.
And while the ball has been retrieved, I'll take this opportunity to mention the title sponsor for this year's Liberty Cup, CAD Engineering. It's the CAD Liberty Cup 2025. And our platinum sponsor, LIV Wellness Lounge, Dr. Hasnain Syed. Of course, LIV also associated with the team in the middle at the moment bowling, the Chicago LIV Legends. We have a number of silver sponsors: 9 Sports, MyGo Consulting, ProMotion Physical Therapy, and Sports Nexion. And the collaborating partner, of course, the American Cricket Academy and Club. Oh dear. This should be out. And it is. So 3 good shots in a row. The 4th, perhaps just held back a little bit. Threw the shot early and got a big top edge. It's the 3rd time we've seen a top edge taken.
Credit to the bowler here, still not shying away from tossing the ball, and Ujjwal little over ambitious after getting a 6 and 2 fours. Must say that was kind of poor batting. He should have put on a partnership. He got the runs this over, should have taken it down to the few of the next overs. Well, there's no ifs and buts in cricket. 44 for 4 it is at the end of 6 for St. Louis Americans.
Yeah, the difference with that shot, if you ever look at the replay, is he lost his balance while trying to play it. The others, okay, they weren't the greatest shots in the world, but he was still balanced, which gave him an opportunity to meet the ball with some solid connection. But on this occasion, he was almost falling away to the leg side as he was trying to tug it away. Consequently, as we all know, if we spend any time in cricket and cricket coaching, if your head's moving when you're trying to hit a moving target, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and you did make a point earlier in the first innings about holding the shape as a matter. There's absolutely no shape on that shot. St. Louis Americans reeling at 44 for 4. They need a big partnership, and they need it sooner, and they need it in quick time.
Yeah, if you want to look at it glass half full, they did get 16 runs from the over. So it's a shame he threw his wicket on the last ball because he had done well up to that point. Joshua Kind is the new player to join Maiz.
Joshua Kind, former USA Under-19 captain, the World Cup. He's had a bit of niggles, unfortunately. And now we hope that this season with the St. Louis Americans will be kind of his comeback and a big launch. He's a very, very hard-working, committed cricketer. And he definitely needs some runs off the bat. Again, he didn't have too much batting opportunities because the middle order hasn't been tested so far for the St. Louis Americans, and this is their big opportunity. And I believe it's all about perspective, how you look at it. It's 44 for 4. Yeah, they messed up. If you're Joshua Khan, you need to say, yes, they messed up, but maybe this is my opportunity to get a 50.
Absolutely. Oh, that's good bowling. Shuja Naqvi getting some good in movement when he pitches it up.
So, Jamie, talking about New Zealand, are there these many franchise private tournaments happening now? Has that caught up in New Zealand? What is the cricket culture and scene now?
No, it's still very much just centrally, cricket is centrally governed. New Zealand cricket oversees everything, and there's a major association structure where we've got 6 major associations: Northern Districts, Auckland, Wellington, Central Districts, Canterbury and Otago. And then underneath they have various club or district competitions, and it all just feeds up that way. No real private competitions. We have our you know, at first class level, the top level of domestic cricket, we have our 4-day competition, the Red Bull competition. We have a 50 over competition, which I believe is still called the Ford Trophy, sponsored by Ford. And then we have a domestic T20 product, which I can't even remember the name of, to be honest, but it's very much just a New Zealand cricket, you know, domestic product. It's not a large pro league by any stretch. Occasionally we'll have, you know, a team might have 1 or 2 overseas pros, but it's certainly not like the Big Bash or the IPL or anything like that.
Well, what has amazed me, I'm sure the rest of the world as well, a small country in terms of population being so competitive in sports globally and more so in cricket. We know what they have done over the past 2-3 years or 5 years with 90, 100 players, player pools available, and what New Zealand has done is absolutely incredible in the global stage.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive the last decade in particular. Look, I think one of the big changes that really helped particularly our international game, was about 10, 15 years back. There was a huge push to improve the quality of domestic pitches. New Zealand cricket domestically always had green seaming wickets, where as a bowler all you had to do was turn up and put the ball on a spot and you were guaranteed to get a bag of wickets. So consequently we produced for years just a bunch of what we called dibbly-dobbly medium paces. All they did would come in and put it on a decent length and get wickets in the domestic game. But you take those bowlers, you put them in the New Zealand team, you go and play on hard and fast bouncing tracks in Australia, you get murdered, right? So we were never competitive. Then they improved the standard of the pitches across the country. Mark Perham was a big part of that. He oversaw the pitches at Eden Park, and certainly the wickets during the World Cup back in 2015, I believe it was, in New Zealand. And consequently, we're starting to see a whole new generation of fast bowlers. New Zealand, outside of Richard Hadley, we never had fast bowlers. Maybe Danny Morrison to a lesser extent as well. But the rest of them are all just, you know, they'd come in and just bowl military medium. But now, a lot of big, strong, fast bowlers, because you have to be, because the pitches are so good. You have to come in, you have to challenge the batters, not only with speed, but with skill. And I think, like I say, because of that change, we've produced much more competitive bowlers. Consequently, our batters have had to be better at domestic level because they're playing against better bowlers. That's a good shout, not given.
Maybe going down the leg side with the angle, I think Joshua has to be a little more watchful here initially, build a partnership. They've already lost 4. Yeah, I mean, this is great insights. Jamie, please keep it going.
And at the same time, I'd suggest that the opposite has happened in the West Indies. And a lot of it's probably started to change over the last couple of years as they've recognised they need to make some changes. As we're going to see a review, in fact, for this LBW, so I'll continue this after we have a look at the review.
Yeah, not a bad shout or not a bad ask for a review. It'll be interesting to see if it was in line.
I think it's hit him in line with leg. It's whether it's straightened enough, whether he's got just enough bite on the pitch to then take it on to hit leg. But to the naked eye, I initially thought it was a pretty good shout. Well, it's not really naked eye, is it? We're looking at a screen.
I was about to say that.
Like all of you at home, we do have the advantage of having a screen in front of us as well as being able to look out at the actual ground. To be fair, we spend most of our time looking at the screen because these guys from Studio 7 in Chicago are bringing us such unbelievable pictures.
Yeah, the quality of coverage has been top-notch for the Liberty Cup 2025. And St. Louis Americans cannot afford to lose another wicket at this stage of the game. And what has been amazing in this tournament, Jamie, is that they've been playing really hard on the field, but off the field, be it the franchise owners, the players, the officials, they're all so good with each other. I believe ultimately, I'm sure you will agree to, once you give up on a sport, once you stop playing, you don't remember your stats. You just remember the times, the people who you played with, the fun you had. These are memories for a lifetime.
Oh, absolutely. So well said. And look, I've noticed it as well, and I can't help but think it's a product of the environment of this place, right? Yes, it's a great venue in terms of, you know, the fields and the pitches, and we've got this lovely covering that we're under, and you've got the nice nets. But it's really the environment and the community and the camaraderie that AJ and all of you guys that are part of this academy that have created. And that sort of environment is infectious. How could you come in here with this sort of hospitality and be overly aggressive or, you know, play in a mean-spirited way? It would be completely counter to the culture of the place.
Yeah, fair point. Absolutely well said. Again, the environment plays a big role, and I would say the officials also have played a big part in this. So kudos to all the umpires and the organizing committee to keep the mood light, nice and easy for all the participating teams. At the end of the day, it's just a cricket match and it's not a war.
Yeah, 100%. And I've spent a bit of time with the umpies. They're brilliant, brilliant bunch of lads. So we're just waiting for the production team to bring up the replay with the overlay graphics, which will show us. Here we go. I think we've got it. Watch that blue line. So the angle from around the wicket. Will it turn back enough? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
It looked a much better shot with the review system.
Let's have a look at the graphics. Oh! Umpire's call, which means it's going to be not out, right?
That's the beauty of this review system. Ultimately, this decision boiled down to the umpire's call. And the umpire on his walkie-talkie waiting to get the confirmations from the tech team.
This is brilliant. Obviously, you folk at home watching, you're only seeing what's on the screen. What we're also seeing in front of us is a bunch of players and fans and spectators, some from the other teams, all gathered around a monitor, watching as these pictures unfold, and the oohs and ahs once they saw how close that was. It's brilliant, really, to have this technology at a tournament like this.
The exciting has been amazing right through the tournament from day one, and we have just one more day. The quality of cricket we've seen, the quality of players available to play has been top-notch.
Well, he gets a life. He puts the next ball to the boundary, does Joshua Kine, and you feel like he's got to take advantage of that opportunity.
Absolutely. I think most of us felt that was mighty close, but Joshua is still there, and what matters, as you said, Jamie, is to make the most of that. A good shot. He's particularly good square of the wicket, strong square of the wicket, bringing his bottom hand to great use. Races away to the point boundary.
Whoosh. Well bowled. We'll get a single.
I like the way Khwaja Ali is subtly varying his speed as well as the angles. He's looking to get the ball in a couple of times, but he's also not afraid to tweak it, give it an air, give it some flight, and invite the batter to take him on.
This is going over mid-wicket. Nope. I thought he was going to toss it up. Instead, he's just rocked back.
The legends will be happy with these singles. Well, while the St. Louis Americans, they need a couple of big overs, few hits over the fence.
Yeah, their rate of scoring is hovering around 7. At a similar stage, the Chicago LIV Legends were hovering around 10. Dropped down to 9. Oh, this time, top edge. Oh, he's done very well there. Oh, dear. He had to throw the ball away in the end. Did the fielder in the deep. They'll come back for 2.
Now that's going to be a close call. It'll be interesting to see if he managed to stay inside the boundary, or by the time he released the ball, was he out already?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he knew he was going to fall over the line, so he had to throw it back in and essentially surrender the wicket. And in the end, they've run 3 because there was an overthrow as well. So it could have been a 6, it could have been an out. In the end, it's a 3. Oh, lovely shot, lovely looking shot. He's found the gap as well. Beautifully played. So Vikar, another boundary to end another over. 8 gone, 61 for 4 now.
What a good shot. He's so quick on his feet, not looking to hit it hard. Beautifully timed. Almost carried. One bounce into the boundary.
Dare I say it was Zishan Maksudish.
They need a partnership here, the Americans. A big one like a 50, 60, 70 or 100. And in quick time too. They are under tremendous pressure in this run chase. Full marks to the Chicago Legends. They've rotated the bowlers well. A couple of bad shots, of course, from the Americans helping the cause, but you have to give credit to the way they have handled their bowlers so far, Jamie.
Yeah, and it's the skipper himself bringing himself on to bowl, Moin Baba. But yeah, they have rotated the bowlers well. He's clearly got plenty of options up his sleeve, does Baba. He bowls little leg spinners from memory. And we still haven't seen Maksud either. So 4 spinners that take the ball away from the right-hander. Very handy.
Absolutely, considering the situation they are in. And mind you, you have the all-experienced Zishan, who would in all probability be bowling in the slog overs, the dead overs, and all his experience and control is going to be super useful.
Absolutely. You feel like these two have got to bat for at least another 8 overs. That's got to disappear. And it does. Rank long hop. And Joshua Kind was onto it in a flash.
Poor bowling, that shot had enough time for the batter to rock back, and what a shot, going through with the shot. Joshua has been strong, particularly square of the wicket. And I think instead of doing the slog sweeps, it's better to wait on the back foot and go for the pull, or quickly get onto the ball and go inside out on against this type of bowling.
Oh, quicker one. Managed to get it away for a single.
Moin reminds me a little bit of Shahid Afridi, Jamie, the way he's trying to bowl and then the variations and the faster one.
Yeah, he's a tricky bowler. He's one of those ones you don't want to get out to because he can end up looking a bit foolish, but he's cleverer than you think. Well played by Vikar. Should look to come back for 2 here. And he does.
It's smart batting. Mais has been the most sensible batter so far in this innings for the St. Louis Americans, and they will want him to continue. Like the set batter theory, it's important that you have a set batter for as long as possible in the innings, particularly in white ball cricket.
Short, faster, single.
So going back to the competitiveness in New Zealand, I mean, is it something that the youth, it's like a culture from a very young age, or it's the pros who kind of are taken through some kind of mental conditioning to get there?
This one's worked away behind square. Will it get to the fence? No, the man comes around. They'll come back for another 2. So a good over for the St. Louis Americans. They get 12 from it, which is exactly the required rate. And at the end of 9, 73 for 4. Yeah, look, it's a really good question. I'm sure there's been studies done about it. You know, what is the magic sauce that New Zealand has? We've also done really well in the Olympic Games in recent years as well. You know, if you do, we like to talk about per capita in New Zealand. We're never going to top the charts in terms of overall medals, but if you take our population into account, we do pretty well. But look, we're blessed with a pretty outdoorsy type lifestyle. You know, most schools encourage athletic pursuits right from primary school up through high school. Sports are generally run through the schools, so it's affordable. Even club sport is very affordable compared to, you know, the States, for example. You could play, you know, a year of junior club cricket for, you know, a couple of $100, you know, which is a far cry from the sorts of fees that kids are playing here for academies, etc. So we've got a number of advantages for sure. And yeah, there's something about the culture in New Zealand where we know generally we go into most situations as the underdog, but we love that. We love being the underdog. You know, we've always been Australia's little brother. You know, we always want to beat Australia. They're probably the one team that was still kind of our bogey side.
And coming back to this game, I think the Legends, Chicago Legends, are playing it smart. They're using all their part-time bowlers up front. They're getting the overs done quickly with their part-time spinners and saving some of their experience for the end.
Yeah, someone needs to go big here. Oh, has tried to, as Vicar. Just toe ends it down the ground for another single. Yeah, I feel like Joshua Kine just needs to basically swing at everything now. Let Maes try and bat through, continue going the way that he is.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. They need to keep their wickets intact because they've already lost 4, and also need to keep the run rate going. Otherwise, it's going to be getting difficult, more and more difficult. So this pair ideally needs to bat 15 overs. So you have some wickets in the end, and even if it's 15 runs in the last 5 per over, you can still go for it.
Oh, tell you what, I think that was a chance, but it might have gone for 6. It's been called 4. No, it has gone for 6.
Yeah, good way to end the over. 10 gone, 82 for 4, the St. Louis Americans. Have a look at that replay again. Good shot, withdrawing. That should have been taken, went right past the fielder's hands.
Yeah, you could see the reaction from Joshua Kine as he hit it. He thought, oh, I'm in trouble here. And it's gone straight through the hands of the fielder in the deep. So another life. He had a half life with the LBW shot that was reviewed. And now he's had a full life. So a life and a half so far. He needs to take advantage.
Yeah, as we were discussing earlier, he's very strong square of the wicket. And that is where cricket becomes a game of chess, Jamie, right? It's just not skill. It's about thinking what the batter is trying to do or looking to do, or what is he good at, where can you choke some batter, or where can you get a batter out. So all these thought process planning comes into the picture, and that makes this game a glorious game and an exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, you've got to almost reverse engineer things. Can we get 30 off the last 2? If that's the case, we currently need about 120, so that leaves us 90 and 10, which is 9 and over, which is far more manageable, right? Great shot over the offside. They'll cross for 2.
Absolutely. The difference is always in T20 cricket, especially, the difference is always a few hits over the fence. And you can still catch up with wickets, little bit of wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's just about staying close enough for long enough to give yourself a chance to go bang bang at the end. But if you lose too many wickets or get too far behind too early, then you just don't give yourselves that chance. So look, these guys are doing well. They're building a partnership. They're not letting that rate required get too completely out of control. They wouldn't want it to go too much above where it is now.
Yeah, and this run chase target is absolutely possible even now. These two playing sensibly, Joshua 25 in 13 and Mice 33 in 22.
Yeah, that's going to be signalled wide. I think that's the right call.
Now, this is kind of a tricky situation where the captain's going to think, do I get my senior spinner on or do I just manage the overs with the part-timers?
Short, faster one again. Man in the deep will keep it to 1. At this stage, I don't think the LIV legends will worry about the singles. It's only really the boundaries that are going to hurt them. Always tried to lift it over the offside. Just couldn't get enough on it. Another single.
Kind of a weird shot, pulling straight down the wicket, straight back at the bowler. Oh yeah, they need to keep the boundaries flowing or occasional 6 to keep the tempo in this innings.
Oh, pulls out the reverse sweep, but there's a man there for that.
What's interesting is we've seen Moeen bowl a lot of faster ones, and we saw once the ball gets slightly older, it does offer a little bit of grip. So I think he should be taking a lot of pace off the ball rather than giving the batters that pace.
There you go. He took pace off, and he's disappeared.
Oh, well, I'll have to eat up back my words. I don't think contemporary cricket is about flighting. Well, what a good shot this from Mice, and importantly a good way to end the over. So 11 gone, 95 for 4.
Oh, that's 2 overs in a row. Let's have a look. It's just the conventional slog sweep, isn't it? That's 2 overs in a row where they've got a 6 on the last ball of the over. Crucially, it keeps them in the hunt.
Moeen looking to finish that over with a top spin, probably gave a little too much time for the batters. Here's a look at the comparison between the teams. The dark brown graph way above the yellow St. Louis Americans at this stage. They have a task cut out in this run chase. They need a few big overs and keep the wickets intact. Very, very tricky, Jamie.
It is, but they're keeping in touching distance. That run rate still hovering around 12, sorry.
Yeah, at this point, the RRR matters virtually with every single delivery. So a couple of dot balls, and that's going to go up. A couple of big hits, that's going to be in manageable level.
And here we go. This is going to be crucial. Zishan Maksud, who is so good with the bat. We know how good he can be with the ball. We feel like his overs are going to go a long way to determining the result of this match.
What I would like to see at this stage of the innings, Jamie, particularly from the legends, is someone as senior and as good as Zishan should look to have a slip rather than a short third man. Go for that attacking option. You know, you get a wicket and then you are putting the Americans in a real pressure situation. So I think the intent should be to pick up a wicket here.
Well, just to underline your point, an edge goes through that very region. Yeah, I mean, it's gone out of the game a bit, hasn't it? No Brendan McCullum-like skippers going around world cricket, although obviously he's the coach of the England side, but even they don't seem to employ a slip in T20 cricket often. Reverse sweep. Oh, boy, the fielder's possibly done very well there.
Geez, that reverse sweep almost cleared the fence.
Oh, I think had the fielder not been there, I think it would have gone for 6. I didn't think he hit it quite so well. In the end, they're going to get 2 because of another overthrow.
What a pick that was from Joshua Kind. He's a strong built lad. Quickly getting into the positions and almost dispatching it over the point for a 6 in his reverse hit.
Oh, pulled. Oh, no. Dear oh me. Well, that's the sort of thing that happens with Zishan Maksud, isn't it? He bowls a rubbish delivery down the leg side and somehow he picks the wicket.
That's incredible, but the partnership is broken, and no matter what, like how we say, the runs doesn't matter how they come, we need them. Similarly with the wickets, doesn't matter how they come. This is a crucial breakthrough, and who else better than Zishan, the seasoned campaigner. Sorry, have a look at this flat, darting it outside the leg stump. Unfortunately for Joshua, he connected it well, but hit it straight to the short fine leg fielder. Americans lose their 5th wicket, and the run chase is seemingly getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah, 2 yards either side of that fielder. It's probably going to run away to the fence. But he just picked him out perfectly. Good little knock though, 30. He scored in the end. Good partnership with Maiz. But Muhammad Ilyas, he's going to have to very quickly form a partnership with Vikar as well.
Well, that's interesting. Usually Ilyas bats slightly down the order, but I think considering the net run rate, they need a few lusty blows from him to kind of even out on the situation. And let's see how that plans out for the St. Louis Americans. Because Mize is actually doing pretty well at the other end. He's so calm and composed. He is now in control, knows where the gaps are and looking to pick the gaps.
He hasn't actually had a lot of the strike. Vikar, 25 balls faced. He's been there since, what, the 2nd over? So he's been starved of the strike somewhat. They need to give him as many balls to face as possible because he's scoring very well. Well, I think it's clear what the message has been for Ilyas.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy for Ilyas. Mind you, Zishan has so much experience. He knows to subtly vary his pace and length. Have they taken a review? Have they gone for a review? It'll be interesting to watch. But going back to the discussion earlier, Jamie, about the surface, how investing in the surfaces or getting them right has benefited USA cricket. I can give 2 parallels with regards to USA. One is with their tennis, right? The USA in the previous decade was the world headquarters for tennis because everyone from most of the countries, whether it's Europe or Asia, used to come to USA and train. But now, since the advent, oh, is that a wicket in fact? Sorry, I guess that was a technical glitch. Apologies. So going back to this discussion now, Europe has become the headquarters for tennis training because they're all training on clay courts, not hard courts. So probably they figured out that for tennis, the foundation years needs to be on clay rather than hard courts. Similarly, the disadvantage, I would say, most of the checking on that closer than what it looks. The line belongs to the umpire, mind you. Zooming in on it.
I think he's behind.
Wow, look at that. It's closer than we think every time, JB.
It's hard to tell where that line goes. I think it goes in front. I think he's fine.
Yeah, probably a part of his feet was just behind the line.
Yeah, I think so. Appears as if he will continue. Just a single. So a very long but very effective first over from Zishan Maqsood. He takes the wicket, gets the breakthrough. He's got 5 for 1. St. Louis have advanced to 100 at the end of 12. They're 100 for 5.
Yeah, in regards to drawing a parallel on the surface, from what I've seen across USA, the kids are all used to playing on Astro, which has exaggerated bounce. And you can hit through the line because the bounce is kind of certain. But what it does when they move on to play on hybrid and turf pitches, because on hybrids and turf pitches, the same ball at same pace on the same spot is not going to bounce the same way. So they're not used to watching the ball till the very end and deciding on what shot to play. That is something I've observed by and large, and the ones who can kind of adapt to that are the ones who are transiting from the 13 categories to upward. What's your take, Jamie?
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% correct. Although I'll throw out not a counter argument, but just another side of the argument, as I almost feel what's more important for the development of young players is better outfields. Right? Because you can have the greatest pitch in the world, but if the ball's not traveling anywhere, then they develop all of these bad habits trying to hit the ball over the top. It also means fielding standards are massively underutilized because they don't have to field. The ball just stops. They're just picking the ball up and tossing it back. And in certain parts of the country, certainly where I come from, in the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, the outfields are thick and long, and the ball just does not travel. We get low-scoring games. Kids don't learn how to run between the wickets properly. They don't learn how to field properly. They don't learn batsmanship because they can't place the ball into gaps because it doesn't travel. The only way you can score runs is to whack it over the top. So they develop these poor techniques where they're just slogging. And I think that's almost a bigger issue than a lack of quality grass wickets.
Can't agree anymore. You can't expect a 12, 11, 10, 13-year-olds to clear the infield. They would have the technique, but if the outfield does not offer them value for their ground shots, they're not going to try playing them. Instead, they constantly get under pressure and try to go over the top, and until they get stronger and bigger, they're never going to be able to clear the infield.
Mohammad Zaid. This is his first over, isn't it?
Yep, pace being brought on. We've seen quite a few overs of spin, and not a bad move in terms of mixing the pacers and spinners. Well, they will want to, of course, get the wicket of Mais, who's a set batter now, and Ilyas, who's come in, who's made his intent really clear that he is going to go after from ball 1.
Well, he's got a fair chunk of it on this occasion. There's a man stationed out in the deep. They'll come back for 2. Going to have to do more than that. They need boundaries, and they need them in a hurry. That required rate is up to 13.5 now.
Yeah, the Americans cannot afford to have an over without a boundary or a 6 at this stage. They need one every single over.
Oh, short ball, well bowled. Short and fast. Seen a lot of slower deliveries and change of pace with the paces throughout the day, but Mohammad Zaid looks like he's just running in and bowling as quick as he can.
And look at that bounce. It's not a new ball, mind you, and full marks to the bowler for running in and hitting the deck hard. He's giving, you can feel that he's giving 100% every single delivery.
Oh, he's got hold of that one. That's huge.
And this is what Mohammad Ilyas is capable of. He is a strong lad, and in his arc, he's going to hit you out of the park.
Well, that keeps them in the hunt again. We've seen at least 3 of the last 4 overs. A 6 late in the over has just given them a chance to stay in the hunt. Of course, the last over from Zishan Maqsood was the exception. He got that right out the middle, didn't he? It's carried all the way to the number 1 ground.
Yeah, an Andre Russell type of a shot, getting the front foot away from the line and giving it a huge swing out of the park.
And you'd like to get this last ball to the fence as well, either a 4 or a 6, just to put the icing on the over, but well bowled. Low full toss. Sometimes a very effective delivery in short form cricket. Oi, tell you what, wasn't too far away from a run out either.
Yeah, at about 130 clips, it's not going to be easy even to get under a low full toss. As you mentioned, kind of a good delivery to bowl at this stage of the innings. 13 gone, it's 111 for 5.
So they're just hanging around. It's not over yet by any stretch. But like I said, the spell by Zishan Maqsood. Will he continue first off? You'd imagine after his first over they'll give him another. As we have a look at the worms there. Well, the Americans, they've been tracking just behind the Chicago LIV legends the entire time. They started slowly and they've kind of kept pace, but because they started behind, they've never caught up. And it's going to take something very special in the back half.
Yeah, kind of a repair job by Mize and Joshua in the middle, but explosive start was what that they would have ordered ideally for this run chase, and they want that yellow worm to go past the brown for a few overs at least to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, well, Ilyas is playing a shorter ball. For the St. Louis Americans, they'll hope that he can get a few out the screws. On this occasion, squeezed it into the leg side for a single. Maiz, who hardly seems to have faced the ball in the last few overs, back on strike. Coming down, mishits it, but he's going to get at least a couple. That's all he'll get, 2.
Well, the heat has been severe, and we can feel it in the way the fielders are moving around, and so is Maiz. He's been exhausted. Never easy to bat under heat, and kudos to all these players who are competing continuously and giving us this quality cricket to watch and enjoy.
Oh, well played. That'll be 4. Just paddles it round the corner with the angle. That's the shot that Joshua Kind wanted to play. Ended up chipping it straight to the man inside the circle, but Maiz Vikar, well, he's just 2 away from a half century now. What a knock it's been.
Intelligent batting, that looking to use the pace and angle and knew exactly where the gap was. Smart batting this. Nudging it nicely down the ground for a comfortable single. Well, at this point of time, Ilyas, I guess, needs to have a go at everything basically, Jamie. I mean, he's the one, if it connects, it's going to get them closer to the target.
Yeah, it seems like Maiz Vikar is going at about 200 strike rate, just batting normally. From the other end, Ilyas just needs to keep throwing bat at ball.
Yep, Maiz has been absolutely orthodox and more like how Zishan batted. It was more precision than power. Except he's been running out of partners in the run chase.
It's one away from 50 now. Can he bring it up this ball? Oh, lofted, could be a chance. No, he's found grass. And it will be the 50 for Mays Vicar, giving his team a chance.
Something to cheer for. The St. Louis Americans in this run chase, a very, very well-made 50 of just 30 deliveries. And for the St. Louis Americans' perspective, he needs to stay on till the end, Jamie. So the other hitters can take their chances from the other end. But it's important that Mais looks to bat through and finish this inning.
We can see the batters taking a drink. It's very hot out there. Haven't checked the temperature, but I would imagine it's in excess of 95. I'll open my weather app and have a look. Well, I've got it set to Celsius, so it's 32 degrees Celsius, whatever that means in Fahrenheit. I still can't do the translation.
But whatever it reads, I think it definitely feels way hotter than what the temperature reads.
It does, absolutely. Of course, we're down in a bit of a valley between trees as well. It's very still. It's almost feels like a pressure cooker. Another change of bowling here. Malik Assad, another left arm tweaker.
He had a fantastic first spell, particularly in the power play, bowling the second and fourth over with figures 13 for 1.
Whoa, Mike fairly missed out there. Mays. It's an opportunity. If he got either side of that fielder, it was probably going to get to the fence.
We've seen a lot of misfields as the day progresses in the heat.
Oh, same again. In fact, he's lifted that all the way off the back foot over the offside for 6. That's an extraordinary shot.
Oh my, I would love to watch the replay on this one. Look at him going back and hitting it a long way into the woods.
Woo. Back foot slap for 6.
And that shot to me, Jamie, is still a testimony of how good the pitch is. The ball is coming on, a spinner bowling. The batter could generate enough power to hit a 6 on the back foot, which is never usually easy.
No, and it wasn't a small 6 either. It's cleared by a long way. Superb shot. Wow, they've got the 6 early in the over, which opens up the opportunity for this to become a big over.
Yeah, funny game this, and it's not over until it's over. A few more hits from Ilyas. Never know, they're going to get closer in this run chase than we can imagine.
Well, what did I say? 30 off the last 2. If you get to that stage, you give yourself a chance. You're not far off.
Still sensible by Ilyas, not swinging at everything. He's still watching the ball till the very end, looking to pick his areas. This is smart batting. But this is a good contest. So particularly it'll be interesting to see what Malik is going to do. Is he going to give more air or is he going to keep it flat?
Oh, big shot, but has he got enough? I think he has. He has. It's gone all the way.
When Ilyas hits, they stay hit. It was effortless. Didn't even look to hit hard, just extending his arm. And what a straight swing it was. Hoist Azad over his head for a 6. This is good, sensible and clean hitting by Ilyas.
2 more deliveries, 13 from it so far. Short and flat, probably no surprise.
Good comeback there, following the batter, saw him move away, giving himself room, followed him all the way with probably a faster one like an arm ball. But he's under pressure to finish the over. 13 already with 1 to go.
Oh, what's happened here? It's gone high, but not far enough. And the catch has been taken. So the end of an enterprising knock, but it needed to last at least a couple of overs longer.
Yeah, good comeback this by Malik Asad after having been hit for 2 sixers in the over. Good catch in the boundary line. 6 down for St. Louis Americans, and they are in a bit of a bother in this run chase.
So that required rate now has gone above 14. .2. Well, Maiz is still there. There's still hope. Of course, until the last ball is bowled, there's still hope. But as you say, it's getting tough.
Yeah, 71 runs required from just 30 balls. The RRR is slowly and steadily climbing up. It's at 14.20 at the moment, and every dot ball, it's going to make it steeper and steeper. And we see the second semi-final teams arriving at the ACSE Park. Just 5 more overs, and how exciting that's going to be, Jamie. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at the replay. Probably just went way too back with his body weight, not getting the distance enough to clear the boundary on that occasion.
Yeah, he was committed to the shot, but he got himself in a bit of a tangle. In the end, the only option really was to chip it up in the air. Maqsood will continue. The skipper comes out to the middle. He'll get a single.
It's good to see Abhimanyu back on the field. Earlier he had a muscle pull in his quadriceps and he did go out of the field. Glad to see that he's recovered and he's back to batting.
Oh, big shot by Vikar, and he's cleared the rope. So again, a maximum early in the over. Can they take advantage on this occasion?
Well, it's Abhimanyu Lamba, and you can see that he's still limping, and that is why I guess he's not in a mood to run. Forest runs, have a look at that. That's the wicket. Once again, going way too far back, not getting his weight enough in front. Have to have a look at the 6 from Lamba.
Yep, definitely limping. I don't think there'll be any two.
Yeah, he's visibly struggling, and the only way is he has to deal with 6s and 4s at the moment.
Oh, it's a brave effort by the skipper. Vikar comes down. Oh no, he hasn't found the gap. Picks out the fielder behind square on the offside. And they don't even get a single.
That's a good delivery from Zishan, pitching right up, not allowing the batter to get under at this stage of the game. He knows they are looking to clear the boundaries. He's keeping it right up. Smart cricket this by Zishan.
Oh, big shot. Has he got enough? Oh, it's beaten the fielder. Came in, tried to take the catch. They should cross for 2, and they will. So a chance goes begging. Abhimanyu has done very well to cross for 2.
Yeah, if I have to sum that ball up, seemed like a tire ball, Jamie. Everybody seems tired. The bowler not getting his length right. The batter absolutely tired short, and the fielder not able to rush in and put in the dive on that occasion.
Oh, well bowled, right up in the block hole. Oh, I think the keeper's made a mess of that. Probably should have been out.
Good smart bowling once again by Zishan, coming in and firing it in the block hole. Remember, Janat Jayasuriya did this job for Sri Lanka. Used to come in the slog, sometimes over the wickets, and keep firing those fast Yorkers or close deliveries, not allowing the batter to get under the ball. Did they go for a review, Jamie? Doesn't look like.
Yeah, they are reviewing it. This will be the 4th review of the match, I think. Part of the reason we're running so far behind time.
Yes, and for the viewers joining in, we have another semi-final schedule as soon as this game gets over, so stay tuned. After this game, this is Liberty Cup USA 2025 edition live from ACAC Park, St. Louis, Missouri, America.
As we await a side-on view.
There comes the
we go.
replay. What would you call that?
One more frame. I think he loses the ball. I don't think you can say that he's ever had control of the ball there.
It's a tricky thing because it felt like he had the ball in the glove, although it was slipping out when the bails get dislodged.
Oh, that's a tough decision for the 3rd umpire, I tell you what. I mean, there's no question he's miles out of his ground.
We have had some amazing close call in all the reviews today, and this one is no exception.
Trying to see here if it's, oh, I think that might be out, you know. I think he's pulled the ball back onto the stumps, and it's the ball that actually breaks the stumps. So despite the fact he never really had control, he's actually knocked the ball onto the stump. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be called out.
And the umpires awarded it, rightly so, because as he was breaking the stump, the ball was very much in the hand. In fact, the ball hit the stump and then went off the gloves. Unfortunate, and for very good innings from Mize, 54 of just 34 deliveries, St. Louis Americans lose yet another wicket, and the run chase seemingly is getting difficult and difficult, Jamie.
Again, you said it earlier on. You've always got to have your wits about you when Zishan Maqsood is on the field, right? Here's an even closer look. Yeah, look at that. Ball on wicket. Ball on wicket. That is out, no question.
Well, Zishan has done everything today on the field. He's picked up crucial wicket, tightened the run rate for steam and bowling, and more importantly, what a knock that was.
So 16 overs gone now. 144 for 7. And a brave knock by Mize Vakar has come to an end at 54. And perhaps with his demise, the last hope for the St. Louis Americans goes with him. But I'm sure skipper Abhimanyu and Abid Ali will have other thoughts. It's not over until it's over.
This has been good, smart bowling changes so far by the Chicago Legends. They've mixed their pacers and spinners really well, getting a couple of overs from their part-time spinners at the start of the innings has really helped them.
Sadaf Hussain back, pulled into the onside, just the single.
They'll need a big over, like a 20-run over now to get some momentum back, and we all know it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I've been harping on about 30 from the final 2, which is very possible. 60 from the final 4, however, that just makes it that much more difficult, and that's where we currently stand. 60 runs required. 23 balls. Coming down as the new batter. Oh, that's going to work. As he said, it's not how, it's how many.
Absolutely, at this stage they will take it all, and they will need few more big hits to get closer to this target. But they've made a little bit of a comeback after having lost 4 wickets too early in the innings. That's never going to help you in a 200 plus run chase in a T20.
Yep, they need one of these next 2 overs to go for 20. Can they get it down to 30 required off 2?
And thankfully the weather gods have been kind. There's been a bit of cloud cover. This is excellent bowling by Sadaf. Tall and lanky, hitting the deck hard, cramping the batter, not giving them any width whatsoever.
Off the short run now. Oh, big shot. Has he got enough on it? No, he hasn't. That'll be the 8th wicket.
Full marks to the Chicago Legends with the way they've handled their bowlers and marshaled their resources today, Jamie.
Yeah, they haven't taken this lightly at all. Maybe a less experienced or a less focused team might have taken their foot off the gas a little bit, thinking, wow, we've scored 204, we've got this. But they've been very disciplined in the way they've gone about things. You've mentioned it on a number of occasions, the way they've rotated their bowlers. You know, they've had a number of different spin options that they've had at their disposal. I think they've used them very prudently. And now bringing back the pacer towards the end. Well, he's got 11 for 2 off 2.4. Says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic spell, especially in the wrong run chase when you know the batters are going to go after you early in the power play. Sadaf has been a very clever customer today, not giving anything away, using his height to full advantage, extracting bounce and carry.
And again, using that back of a length. And again, cramping the batter. Another dot ball. So superb over. 11 for 2 off 3. End of 17. 149 for 8. And that run rate required, that's ballooned now to almost 19 and over. And it's going to take an absolute miracle from here, one would feel.
Yeah, seems to be all but a lost cause for St. Louis Americans. Losing their plot, losing their way, losing wicket at consistent intervals, and another bowling change. This has been very good handling of the bowlers by the Legends. They have marshaled their resources beautifully today. Syed Sujan coming back. He has been good too. 12 for 1 in his 2 overs. 6 runs and over in this run chase.
Yeah, all the bowlers have been good. Shuja Nakvi. Looking for another wicket here just to cap things off. Pumped down the ground, but there's a man at long on, so just the single. Big shot down the ground. Catch is taken. Very good catch. Wow, great piece of fielding.
What a stunning catch and what an effort at this time of the day. You know that they are tired and exhausted in the heat. Have a look at that.
Clean as a whistle. What a catch. Covered a lot of ground to get to it. In the end, he made it look easy, but believe me, that was not an easy catch. Running in at that pace and having to get low, take it inches above the turf. So like you say.
Best part was he kept his head so still and judged it to perfection.
So Nakvi gets his second wicket. And as we did in the first innings, we'll have to bid an early goodbye to Sunil. He's off to do his groundskeeping work. The last couple of overs, I'll take you home. May not be too long if St. Louis lose one more wicket. So it's all but over now. The Chicago LIV legends almost certain to go through to tomorrow's final. Slower delivery. Asia Jamali coming in at number 11, gets off the mark straight away. And the Chicago LIV legends, of course, winning this match means they'll remain unbeaten, topping the group, winning 3 from 3. Gaining automatic qualification to the semi-final. And now winning this match almost certainly means they'll go 4 from 4. And we'll meet the winner of the next semi-final tomorrow at, I believe, a start time of 10 a.m. I'll have to double check that. And this one's chipped up in the air. It's going to fall safely. Abhimanyu will get another single. It's been a good over this by Shuja Nakvi, just bowling hard into the deck, back of a length. Rewarded with the 1 wicket, conceding just the 3 runs. And again, short of a length. Through to the keeper. End of a good over. Successful one. He has 15 for 2 after 3. St. Louis Americans 152 for 9. Just 2 overs remaining. 53 runs required. They need 26.5 and over of the remaining 2. Just the 1 wicket in hand. And the Chicago LIV legends, well, they have probably 1 7/8 feet in the final. It would take one of the all-time great efforts from here for the St. Louis Americans to get up. Well, that's one of the great things about cricket. It's not over until it's over, until that required rate goes above 6 a ball. And even then, there's an outside chance with extras. Sadaf Hussain. And the then mid-off manages to cut it off. They don't even bother running the single. We've reached that kind of stage of proceedings. Of course, poor old Abhimanyu Lumba got injured in the first innings, so he's basically batting on one leg. And this could be it, folks. And it is. Catch is taken in the deep. Sadaf Hussain gets his third. He finishes with 11 for 3. In the end, Chicago LIV Legends have won comfortably by 52 runs. They will advance to tomorrow's final. We'll have to await their opposition because we have one more semi-final, which will start shortly. The Chicago LIV Legends, they remain unbeaten, 4 from 4. Another comprehensive win. We've had 3 fairly one-sided games today. Just quickly a look back at the scorecard. Well, they lost wickets early in the chase, did the Americans. Maez Vikar was the man holding things together. He had a pretty good partnership with Joshua Kind and then another one with Ilyas. But the wicket of Ilyas and then the run out of Vikar almost ended things, all but ended things, and in the end they didn't even make it to the final over. They lasted 18.1. So the Chicago LIV Legends, well, their bowling was pretty good. They shared the wickets around. Rafiq Hussain and Naqvi got 2. In fact, Hussain got 3, of course, with that final wicket. 3 for 11. Probably the pick of the bowling figures in the end. Maqsood was very effective, but they all played a role. And in the end, Chicago LIV Legends win by 52 runs. They will advance to the final. We'll take a break here. We'll be back very soon with the second semi-final. Don't go anywhere.